The people are represented by two separate yet equally important groups: the police who investigate crime and the district attorneys who prosecute the offenders.
That's assault, man. That's assault, man. Break that up, man. Pop that chair, man. That's assault, man. That's assault, man. Break that up, man. Break that up, pop that chair here. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault, man. That's assault, man. It is. You cannot touch me like that. Oh, I will be telling you exactly what happened. Break that up, man. Man. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. That's assault. We have video of her just touching. Out of that child, I will. Excuse me. Ma'am. Excuse me. Break that up. That's assault. Excuse that chair. Ma'am. You cannot touch me like that. Break that up. Break that up. Break that. Break that. Break that. That's break that up. Break that up. Oh, I will be telling you. Break that up. Break that up. That's assault. Stop that. That's assault. That's assault. Stop that. Break that. That's assault. Stop that chair here. We have video of her just. These people are going to eject you from this line. Out of that child, I will be assault. It is incredibly appropriate. I will. You cannot touch me like that. That's assault. Break that up. Stop that chair here. Ma'am, you cannot touch me like that. It is incredible. That's assault. Break that up. That's assault. Break that up. Stop that chair. Ma'am. Stop that chair. Ma'am. Stop that chair. Ma'am. These people are going to eject you from this line. Break that up. Break that up. Break that up. That's assault. Break that up. Ma'am. Break that up. Oh, I will. Ma'am. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you exactly what happened. Stop that chair here. That's assault. Break that up. Ma'am, that's assault. Ma'am, break that up. Ma'am, break that up. Stop that chair here. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. Ma'am, that's assault. Ma'am, it is. You cannot touch me like that. Oh, I will tell you exactly what happened. Break that up. Break that up. Ma'am. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. That's assault. We have video of her just touching. Out of that child, I will be. Excuse me. Ma'am. Excuse me. Break that up. That's assault. Stop that chair. Ma'am. You cannot touch me like that. Break that up. Break that up. Break that. Break that. Break that. Break that. Oh, I will be telling you. Break that up. Break that up. That's assault. Stop that. That's assault. That's assault. Stop that. Break that. That's assault. Stop that chair here. We have video of her. These people are going to eject you from this line. Out of that child, I will be assault. It is incredibly appropriate. I will. You cannot touch me like that. That's assault. Break that up. Stop that chair here. Ma'am, you cannot touch me like that. It is incredible. That's assault. Break that up. That's assault. Break that up. Stop that chair. Stop that chair. Stop that chair. Ma'am, these people are. These people are going to eject you from this line. Break that up. Break that up. Break that up. That's assault. Break that up. Ma'am. Break that up. Oh, I will. Ma'am. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will be telling you exactly what happened. Stop that chair here. That's assault. Break that up. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will. That's assault. 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 That's assault.
No, that's Marcus. No, Marcus, you are not. Fredrickson, get out of there. He does not know how to drive Helen. Why did you get in there with them? Marcus, first of all, I don't know how you're sitting like that. Second of all, you do not know how to fly that. I'm not getting it. Oh, my God. Marcus, I don't think this is a good idea, Marcus. I see your little head poking out from the side. Hi, Fredrickson. Fredrickson, you're steaming in there. Oh, God. Marcus, you don't know how to fly. Whoa, you kind of do know how to fly this thing. That's actually really impressive. Marcus, I don't want to go to war. I don't know how to go to war. I don't know how to go to war. You should pull up. You should definitely pull up right now.
You're serving your country.
What? I'm serving my country? What?
I love that this came out on the day war happened. It was this and bangs. How are you guys doing today? That's assault. Look at him go. Look at Fredrickson with his little arms up flying through the air. How are you guys doing? Happy Friday. I don't know why people insist on texting me the second I start a live. Like family for everybody. And it's like, I told you guys, I'm not going to look. I'm not going to look. I love Fredrickson. He's my fucking favorite. I think he's better than Marcus at this point. I really do. And I hope all of you are having the best day. Happy. How amazing was Alan Jackson today? I thought you said happy Alan Jackson Day. Happy Chattahoochee Day, you guys. Happy. Look, God damn it. I wasn't even talking about you, AJ, but now she's texting me just to spite me. God damn it. I was talking about my buddy Michael. What the fuck? Now everyone's texting me. Great. Fantastic. No, you're not going to call. I'm not going to answer. God damn it, AJ. So in case you guys didn't know, AJ and Andrea, I'm going to spill all y'all's tea, and Satan are going to a shrimp boil. What are you guys going to? They're going to a demon angel demon party. They're going to a thing. It's like at Tarts and Vickers in Britain, but here it's like heaven and hell, I guess. So anyway, they're going to some sex dungeon thing. No one should have my digits. I made the mistake of giving them out to a couple of people, and now I'm going to change my fucking number because you kids are crazy. I have glitter in my eye. I will not explain why. Mookie's did get a gift of a glitter collar from a dear friend. And God damn it, Nicole, now you're all doing it. I hate this. Why are you doing this to me, you guys? Fuck. So Mookie's got a glitter collar and the glitter came off and it's in my eyes now. So that's fun. Also, they're going to some Satan, angel, demon, devil party. Oh God, it's really in there. Everything's sparkling. Everything's sparkling. Oh no. Oh no. And hopefully we'll get to check in on them tonight. No, God damn it, Lord, you guys quit calling me. Fuck. Now you guys are really calling me. That's fucked up. I'm going to start calling. I'm going to wait until 4 or 5 a.m. and just start fucking calling the shit out of you guys. And you think I won't? I will. I'm actually going to keep a list of who does this. And I will be waking you all up tonight, tomorrow, and the rest of the week. So you get to feel what it's like to really be close to me. Oh, you didn't call, Laura? Okay, well, you're getting one anyway for pretending. All right. You went to the beauty shop and got a trim and a shampoo. Good for you, Claudia. I need to go get a new one because these bangs are in my face. I can't stand it. Good thing I don't sleep. God damn it. Patch them through. I would like to, oh my God. This is disgusting. I'm sorry. I'm digging in my eye. Got it. Nope. Didn't get it. It's fine. I'm wasting time. Listen, happy Friday, everybody. Actually, if I'm going to pick up my eye, I'll just show you Marcus. So we've got a bunch of stuff to talk about today, like a bunch of stuff. Of course, we got to start with some sillies. But before we get into the sillies, excuse me, I want to do a little housekeeping. I did see in the chat earlier, Darlene mentioned the storms and how crazy it's been with their weather over there. And it got me thinking, okay, that shit's out of my eye now. Now I can show you what I want to show you. It got me thinking about something. About how I purchased this thing it was like right after, well, I shouldn't say my boyfriend purchased this. I just pretend it's mine. I stole it from him. I got one of these things here. Let me show you right after the freeze. And it's here. I'm going to pop out chat just so you can see this. This is, it's called the Paxess Portable Power Station, 200 watts. This son of a bitch is the greatest purchase we ever made. It used to be like $200 and something. Now they're like 160. And I do believe also I do have allergies. So if I sneeze, I apologize. I do believe there is a gentleman selling one on eBay that seems to be in great condition for $75. I cannot recommend this bad boy enough. Let me explain why. If you look to the right of it, you're going to see there is a 3-pronged outlet. So if you look up here in the front, you're going to see there are multiple charging ports. There's auxiliary access. There's like everything. There's every port you need for anything. There's the cigarette lighter for the car. There's like you would get in a car. There's the USB ports. There's the C port. You've got the fucking A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all of them. And then over here on the far right, we were able to plug in our AC and run this bad boy. And let me tell you something. The top of it is solar. It's got like a solar panel thing on it. So it sucks up electricity from the sun as well as helping you out. And people use these for camping all the time. And it's really great. And here's a good side picture of it. That's what that looks like. Now, one thing is, depending on what kind of window unit you have, you're supposed to use like a grounding outlet or whatever. It'll be on for like 5 minutes. If it shows that it's going to get overloaded, it will just literally shut down. And yeah, you could charge outside of the car. I'm saying like the car. It's got one of those. So it's pretty cool. We got one of these. When the power goes out, I'm telling you, we can plug in a light. One time we did a bad. We plugged in a surge protector and then we were able to plug in a bunch of shit to that and it still didn't trip it. It worked great. But I have read that you're not supposed to do that for some reason. This son of a bitch, we charged it the day after we got this thing. And I'm not even kidding here. The day after we got it, we charged this thing, right? It says 99%. We have not charged it since, but we've used it like 5 or 6 times. And one time we used it for like 6 straight hours. It is now at 82%, I think. It's still going. It lasts so freaking long. So if your power goes out, and we even lent it to our buddy whose electric went out recently. So if your power goes out, if you're camping, if for some reason, like if you take it with you in your car and you have one of those air pumps for your tire, one of those little mini ones, you can plug it into this thing if it doesn't stretch into your car. It's freaking awesome. Yeah, so you charge it up like once and then it lasts for so fucking long. It's really crazy. I have another one that's a mini one. Actually, I have it right here. I have this thing. This is called the Elite Series Gulu Jumpstart Power Bank. It's got some makeup on it. I apologize. But it's got the 2 outlets and stuff in it like normal. And then over here, you've got a cable input. And it comes with a cable like that. And you hook that up to the things that it comes with, the red and black latch-ons, like for when you're jump starting a car. So you hook this up to that, you turn it on, and it jump starts your car. And it's amazing. This thing, I think I paid $60 for. And it comes with a flashlight too on the end of it. So I have one of these in both of our cars. They're $60 each. Then you don't have to ask anybody for a jump. You don't have to rely on another, vehicle to be there. And then to top that off, you can also charge shit. If for some reason your battery's completely dead, you can just charge your stuff like in your vehicle while you wait. No, not from a moving car, but I do think that thing's very, very helpful. And it rules. And so I absolutely love that. It saves you from having to wait for someone to come up who you ask, can I jumpstart my car? This is for the introvert for sure. And I am 100% not an introvert, but I do hate asking to borrow things from people or like for money or anything or like help with shit. I would rather just do it myself. So for me, it's like, okay, I am going. And by the way, like when shit breaks around here, that's one of the reasons I'm like, I'll just do it because I don't even want to ask the landlord. I don't want to wait. I'm just like impatient as fuck. So with that said, that thing is super useful. It's also great like when the power goes out because I can also plug shit into that. Maybe not a 3-pronged outlet, but I can plug in other things like my phone and stuff like that. Now, the other one was, I think we bought it for like between 200 and 250. But now at this moment, they're going for like 160. And that thing is incredible. Like you can take it camping with you. It's going to work all fucking weekend. And you're probably going to have plenty of power for when you go home. Andrew has one of those. Aren't they the best? And jump starting your car is, I mean, it's annoying when it happens, but like, I also am always like, it's usually at night after a comedy show. And I'm like, Where the fuck? It's only happened a few times, but where the fuck is the flashlight? Now I have to find a person. Does anyone have any cables? This little thing comes in a box like this big, and it has the cables, and it works perfectly. It lasts for fucking ever. It doesn't use up all the juice to jumpstart it. And it's very quick, and it has the flashlight. The little one, Wendy, took like 2 hours to fully charge. The big one, it came like pretty much pre-charged, but we put it on for another hour and then it was totally full. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. So I highly recommend those. I'll put a link to those below the video, but the big one is called the Paxess Rockbin 200. And no, we're not sponsored by those. I do non-consensual sponsorships where I'm going to tell you shit I like anyway, even if they don't like me. I don't care. So I highly recommend those. I just wanted to point that out because there's a lot of weird weather and a lot of shit going on lately where it's like, what's going on? Why is the power out? Like everywhere beyond Texas. So if I can do anything to help you guys out with some suggestions, that's the best I got. Gonna have to, every woman should have one. It's simply because like you don't want to have to, like, somebody pulls over, can I help you? It's like, are you gonna murder me, sir? No, now you don't need to bother with that. You can, I mean, if you want to murder yourself, that's on you, but like I recommend just getting one of those. It's the best. Another thing, I was going through my emails. I'm still cranking through them. I'm sorry. During flood week, I got a lot, and some of them were like a lot of spam. So I have to go through and make sure I got them all, and I'm not even close. I have a few more left, but I did get a couple questions about some of you guys got Tor browsers, and you were asking me all these questions about them, and I sent you guys links on how to safely browse Tor. But the number one question that you guys all asked, I was like, I may as well just answer this on the channel on the next episode, because it's everybody asked it, and I know a lot of people, if you guys just be careful, but a lot of you asked, like, what's the Google? Like, what is the Google for the dark web or the deep web? It's called Tor 66. If you're gonna do it, use Tor 66. Don't trust everything on there. Not all of it. It's Tor. It's the onion router, Laura. It's the browser that you use to access places beyond the surface web. So if you're going to use that, I mean, I'm not even going to say trust Tor 66, but honestly, it's one of the most trustworthy out of all of them. But just because it shows you something, just because you can Google it on Tor 66, we say Google, but just because you can use that search engine doesn't necessarily mean that everything is safe. A lot of it, again, it's all like crowdsourced. That is literally what the deep web is. So trust that about as much as you would trust people. That's all I'm gonna say. I wouldn't say it's not safe, K-Dub. I would just say it's not as safe as the surface web, and the surface web isn't safe. So like, just be careful, okay? But if you want to know what that's called, it's called Tor 66. Again, I don't recommend going on it unless you're fully prepared, fully aware, and you know what you're doing. With that said, you can always learn. And if you choose to learn and you want to be careful with it, I would say avoid all the new sites, especially if you see dupes. If you see like 1,500 mirrors of the same site, don't go to any of them. This is a bad idea. Newer is less trustworthy because it's likely something that has been recently shut down, especially if you see a lot of mirrors. If it's new, it's unique. And, if you've never been on before, you probably don't know what any of them are. But if it's new and it's unique, give it time to build and see if it's trustworthy and reliable. And remember, don't do anything illegal. With that said, don't buy murder boots with GPS trackers in the heel. Also, we do have a new update on that. Also, if you do happen to be GPS tracked or you find any shit like he found in the boot of his heel in the future, there are two things I would recommend doing. Some people might call me stupid for this, but fuck them, because it fucking works. And I know that is 100% accurate, reliable, and will help you. And the two things you can do if you're ever being GPS tracked and you find something that looks like what he has, the sim, and you want to destroy it, like, especially if it's nefarious, if that's what you're looking for. Now, some people would like, I'm going to toss it over here. I'm going to do this with it. Obviously, report it to the fucking police. But if you're one of those people, Faraday box was the number one thing I saw a lot of people say. Faraday boxes or bags, if you will, we use them at the comedy club all the time. I can tell you this, not always 100% reliable. I would say 98%. But what I would recommend is if you have a Faraday box or a bag, yes, but also wrap it in many layers of foil. I'm not kidding. They say tinfoil hat for a reason. Wrap it in many, 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 many wrappings of foil and then put it in your Faraday just to guarantee kind of scrambling up the transmission a little bit. Just saying. That's one thing that you can do. Now, the number one thing that I recommend to everyone, and they always think I'm fucking joking. No, I'm not joking. Put it in Mountain Dew. Put it in Mountain Dew. Put it in a bottle of Mountain Dew. Shake it up. Toss it in a lake. Fuck it. Mountain Dew fucks everything up. Literally, a rat will disintegrate in a vat of Mountain Dew over a couple of days. Human bone has been known to get fucked up from Mountain Dew. If you want the only thing that is probably more fucked up for your body or durable goods, if you want something that can destroy something much in the way that acid does, battery fluid, or what's it called, a brake fluid. Some people will say like, oh, that's poison. Like, I've seen a fucking mechanic chug that shit. I'll tell you what'll fuck shit up more than brake fluid. Mountain fucking Dew. Mountain Dew destroys everything. It really will. I wouldn't say Big Red. Big Red is delicious, and don't you dare waste a fucking Big Red. But Mountain Dew, I mean, I'm not kidding. There's extra shit in it beyond Coca-Cola. Like, they actually say you're not supposed to pour Mountain Dew on your battery to get rid of battery acid because it can actually fuck up your battery. That's how hardcore it is. That's why kids in Kentucky, their teeth are rotting the fuck out. And there's giant billboards that say shit like, don't get dew mouth. At least there was in 2006, because it's so bad for you. That's why people get ill. Energy drinks and Mountain Dew both have shit in them that will literally disintegrate durable goods. Yet we drink them every day. I don't, but some people do. That's why you see teeth rotting out, because human bone literally cannot handle Mountain Dew. So if you're going to do the dew, don't. It's not very good for you. No, not meth mouth. It says dew mouth. It was actually a thing. Little kids were drinking it so much that their teeth were rotting out of their skull. Now, when I was a kid, you would see kids like that with a bunch of silver teeth. It was usually because they were milking too long. They were just chugging milk all the time. And I guess, that can be kind of bad for you if you are chugging like a ton of, if you're just drinking a lot of milk. You would think it'd be the opposite, but it can fuck up your teeth. Mountain Dew fucks up kids' teeth so bad in the mountains of West Virginia and Kentucky that there are literally billboards saying, got dew mouth? Come to this dentist. I was shocked when I saw that. Yeah, you may not want to drink that shit is absolutely true, YouTube bad actors. But I always maintain, if you ever need to really get rid of something, and I'm not talking about a body, I'm talking about something like a track or anything like that, like, put it in Mountain Dew, dude. It's not, no one can get through that. And yeah, if your kid drinks a lot of milk still, it can fuck your kid's like enamel up or something. There was some kid on the bus who had that deal, and his dad was a substitute teacher and told us that the dentist said that that's what was up. And I was like, whoa. If they make meth with Mountain Dew, they use the bottles. It's actually true. They use the bottles for sure. Okay. So there was that. What else is on the list? Okay. We have an anniversary to celebrate, you kids and I. Did you know that? Who can guess what happened a year ago this weekend? Who remembers? What happens if you put it in a put a body in it, though? I mean, again, a rat or a mouse has disintegrated in it. So I would imagine over time, probably what you think, but that's a lot of Dew to buy. It's going to cost you a lot of money. And thank you very much, YouTube bad actors. It was a mistake. Mistakes were made, and we dealt with it. You turned 56 this weekend. Happy birthday, Darlene. We're going to have to do something special for you. Our first live was absolutely the 7th. Absolutely. But what happened a year ago this weekend? Dad. That's right. It was Father's Day. And everybody was weird. Everybody was a little weird. Some people have too many dads. Some people have no dad. Some people have one dad and he's bad. Some people have a great dad. Some people's dads are dead and they were emotional. Everybody was emotional about dad time. And I remember saying, hey, if you don't have a fucking dad, I'll be your dad. And then you guys started calling me dad. And then Clam shit her ass out on that tea. That is absolutely right. So we have 2 anniversaries. We have, what is it? Asshole anniversary from ripping ass from that Chinese tea. And it was the day I became a dad. And I love you guys so much. I love you guys so much. Hey, I'm your fucking dad now, at least for the week. We're going to have to come up with something new, though. Some people's dads have bangs. But I remember, like, I was driving home from my parents' house, and I remember thinking, like, oh, we got to do a live when I get home. Like, we got to do a live. And I remember thinking, like, oh, man, seeing everybody, like, communicate and stuff. I think at that time, I don't remember if it was Discord or if it was in a comment section, but I remember reading a couple of y'all's things, and I was like, oh, this is sad. Like, they're having a bad dad day. So then I was like, you can call me dad. And then you guys did, and I didn't expect it to last beyond a day. And then you guys took it too far, and it was father for a minute. I got a lot of it, and I loved it. I actually loved it. So love you guys. This has been a trip. I remember I had this channel for a few weeks, and Melanie was like, you should try a live. Just try it. Just try it. Just try it. And I was like, man, this is so hard. And then I hopped on and did a live like a little bit before that. And I loved it. I thought it was going to suck. I was like, there's not enough control. I don't have enough control. I'm a control freak. What will I do? What if I fuck up? What if I say something stupid? What if I, say too much? What if I upset people? What if I curse? Oh, well, that's all out the fucking goddamn window, isn't it? I started on meth a year ago. Hey, congratulations. 1 year. 1 year, C. Smith's been living her meth life. Oh my God. So with that said, it's been a trip and I love it. And I like making videos, which is what I started doing. Very fun. Yeah, 1 year dirty. Not 1 year clean. You've been 1 year dirty. That's so fucking funny. I've never heard anyone say 1 year dirty before. That's very funny. Okay. So, yep, it's been fun as fuck. I'm glad. And so Darlene is about to be 56. Happy birthday to you. We're going to have to do something special. And also, a year ago today, I became a dad. And I started tinkering with the thermostat, screaming about gay Jeff. That was fun. Things have changed. A lot of things have changed over the year. We've gotten beefs. We've had enemies. A lot has happened. I've gotten in fights with neighbor dads. Simultaneously, favorite word, discovered that. We've been through floods. We've been through everything. And I absolutely enjoy you guys. Mistakes were made, but you know what? Mistakes were made up also. We did get Giardia, and we still get symptoms of it from time to time, couple of flare-ups, but you know what? It's fine. We're surviving. We're surviving. And I feel like you kids saved my life. And that I'm saying because I just saw Darlene pop up. And all I can think of every time I see Darlene say anything is she's out there saving lives right now. So like, we got bangs. We got touched at camp. We got bangs. We lost a pedo. We did so much. So much assault. We got shirts. You can sit on the roof for the next hurricane. It's been a lot of time. We've had a time. All right. We got through all of it. Also, is Not That Nikki here? I hope she's okay. We need to check in with Not That Nikki. I want to make sure she's all right. You guys know she had that car accident. Glitter in the eye again. She had a car accident, and she's been tuning in from time to time when she gets the chance. But I do worry about her. She's in San Antonio, and it's a bit of a drive for me right now, but I don't go there as often as I liked. But for those of you who are in San Antonio, if you guys ever want to do any kind of a meetup or something, I'll try to drive down there and meet up with y'all. I just want to make sure Not That Nikki's okay. If anyone's heard from her, let me know. She was going through a hell of a time, dude. That's a lot of surgeries, like a lot on like a wrist, on a hand. And I've been there, but mine luckily was successful when I was younger. Like it seems like she's going through a really rough time. So I do want to check in on her. They did have some rains. So that was going on. What else is on our list? Let's see. Okay, we've got more. Okay. I have a Twitter video I'm gonna play you. It has nothing to do with anything. It's just very, very funny. We have sex calls. That is true, Noel. We found Marcus. That is true. Some of us were doxxed. Laura got doxxed. A bunch of you guys got doxxed. That was fun. Remember when I got doxxed? When you guys got doxxed and we made shirts? I got doxxed on the internet and all I got is a stupid fucking shirt. Dude, we're getting flooded constantly, Angela, but we got lucky last night. Luckily, everything held up for us. San Antonio, I don't know. It seems like the weather was pretty bad. Amy's there. How was it? I would love to meet you too, Amy. I'd love to meet all of you. You wore a steel bowl on your head while hiding from the storm. I felt so much better. Oh, I actually looked that up. You shouldn't do that because you can be conducive of lightning. That was actually bad advice. So don't do that again, but I appreciate you taking it the first time. I'm so sorry. I forgot. If it's just a tornado, that's one thing. That's like, don't let, if you have a helmet, do that instead. But if it's thunderstorm, yeah, okay, my bad, Donnie. But if it's a thunderstorm, though, or lightning, you definitely don't want to put metal on your head. That was just bad advice. You know what? Don't listen to me ever. Okay, here we go. I've been watching the Gilgo documentary. I have one more episode, I think, left. I thought, based on things like Raul gave brief rundowns on Twitter, other people were expressing their anger at Asa, and some of the stuff I was reading, I was getting angry at her too. And I hadn't watched it yet. It was kind of one of those things where it's like, oh God, I don't know if I want to. Like, I was having a hard time with that one because I had my own experience with a Peacock true crime documentary that I was supposed to be in. They edited me out, and thank Christ, because it was fucked. And the way they treated the victims was terrible. And luckily, me and the victim's family and people who were involved in it, let's just say, luckily, the statute for how long, I guess, or the NDA is up to where everyone could talk about it now. So we're probably going to have them on eventually to talk about that experience. But because of that experience, I just don't trust those producers. I just don't. And a lot of the true crime documentaries that came out, just my opinion, was or were all, I mean, every single one I see, I can see what they're doing. They did something very similar to us. So when I saw the anger and a lot of the comments that were made about it by a lot of different people who saw it, I thought, oh, well, maybe they actually made a great documentary, but also, like, I wonder what was said that made everyone feel this way. And the common thing was, Asa saying he was my hero and stuff like that. So I go in there, I start watching it. I have to tell you guys, I was crying a lot of it. I think the first burst into tears moment happened when Chris hugs Asa and says, like, I hate this. And yeah, she does. I think Asa does in that documentary. I think there's a lot of, look, I'm going to say this and people might not like it. There are friends that I care about. I don't even know how Raul would feel about me saying this, but like, it's just my opinion. I feel even worse for Asa now. And that is something that, you can hate me for. People can hate me for that. How could she? She's evil. No. I see exactly what they fucking did to her. And they did exactly what I thought they would. And I was hoping they didn't, but they did it. And I saw it in the second episode. And I was so fucking pissed. They did the same thing they did to the other family on the other documentary that came out on Peacock, which we'll talk about that one day. But I've seen them do it countless times. And it's a combination of bad editing. And by bad editing, I mean not authentic, not ethical, and out of context. And I thought that was so fucking irresponsible. Holly, it's been so long. Oh my God. How are you doing? They're still doing the dad thing. I'm thinking this year we're going to have to switch it up, though. We're going to change it on Father's Day. Maybe we'll go back to just OP. Because I'm getting a lot of weird questions, especially along lines of credibility. Like, she thinks she's an adult man with children. We've also been accused of being an actual cult, which I just find funny. It's the Gilgo Beach documentary on Peacock. It just came out last week, Laura. If you look under new releases, it's there. So here's the thing with the wife. And again, I want to finish it. Yeah, I was just thinking about you too, Holly. I was looking at the Hookin bobblehead. And I was missing you. You always call me Papa. Always. We miss you. Are we not an actual cult? We don't have robes. So technically, no. So here's the deal. When you go into this, there's a couple of things I want to point out. If you haven't seen this, just keep this in mind. I'm going to do it with no spoilers, though. I'm going to try. So, and this is thus far. I'm going to do a whole episode where we're going to review all of it, but there's a couple of key things that really bothered me. When they show the extreme worst parts of what Rex did, there were several opportunities they could have put that in at the very beginning. They said they were telling it in chronological order, though. Well, I didn't see that. What I saw was very careful, very strategic editing, which is exactly what they did with us and with other documentaries. They list out all the horrible things, the most grotesque things, the disturbing things, and they're going through the bail doc as they're doing this, right? So they're going through it and they're going through it. And they cut to a shot of Asa when Rex calls, and it's through the jail. He's calling from the jail. And she's so happy. And she's like, yes. And now here's the thing. If you go back and you look at the actual chronology, okay, that scene was shot long before the bail doc came out. So I take great umbrage, and I am fucking mad about it, that they show all this horrible shit coming out, like her to respond to, right? You would think she would have seen those documents already. And then they show her response of being thrilled to finally hear from her husband. Because in her words, she hadn't heard from him yet. She hadn't gotten to talk to him yet. And then when she finally does talk to him, she says, I love you. When she says he's my hero, she's not on camera. They're showing a picture. They're showing pictures. So they're taking things she says in interviews before she knows the whole deal. And they're inserting that after telling you the worst things he did, which to me makes it look like she knows this shit. I find it wholly fucking irresponsible, because what they're showing you in that order, and by telling you we followed her along every day, it makes you go, wow. So this woman just found out he did all this and she's still like, woo. No, that is not what happened. Simultaneously, as Victoria's working things out in her head and asking herself questions out loud, shit like, oh, I don't know. Let's use another case example. Did I hit him? Did I hit him? From someone who was drunk driving, by the way, who, fair, I don't think Karen hit him. I don't think she killed John, but really consider that, how that looks. For so many people to judge this girl saying, could he have done it? And to start fucking screaming on Twitter and on the internet, yeah, she fucking knew something. The same people who are defending someone for saying, did I? You know, people process things a certain way. Of course, Victoria questions his innocence and his guilt. She says she still doesn't know. The editing makes her look fucking terrible. Just like the editing in our documentary made it look like someone did some shit that didn't do some shit. And that is a mean fucking thing to do. Especially when the family is like, this way, look this way, and they won't. Peacock doesn't give a fuck about truth or about ethics. As I'm sitting there watching her say, he's my hero and all this stuff, and you realize what's going on when she's saying these things, and you look at the time, it's when she's telling the story of how she met him. And then after she tells the story, you find out, not exactly, but in a way, in a vague way, very relatable to Rhonda's story, isn't it? This is a person who saved me from an abusive relationship, right? Now, in Rhonda's story, this is a guy who saved me from a serial killer, but the problem is he's a killer too, and everyone hates him. Kind of like the situation Us is in. I had no idea that her and Rex were friends before they were ever together. They were friends while he had a whole different person living in his house, a different roommate, his first wife. She saw him as a tall, dark, and handsome nerd, someone into anthropology. He went on digs. There's pictures in front of Bones. They lay that out for you. The music that's playing and the context with which they're telling this makes her look like a creep. If you turn that off, stop looking at the pictures and just hear what she's saying, it's kind of a fucked up situation. She's stuck in a marriage with an autistic son and a guy who is verbally and mentally abusive, who tells her, "You are never going to leave me," to the point where when she needed to get away, she had to ask her friend Rex for help, who had to come over and be intimidating to get her out of that house. And people go, how could she fall in love with him? He's such a creep. He's the guy who saved her from that relationship. What I appreciate is all the pictures. We see pictures of them. They're happy. They're loving. It really does look like a family. That creep saved her from another creep. What happens, let's say to women, what happens to women when you're saved? It sounds horrific and like a bad hypothetical, but I'm just going to say it. You ever seen a dog in the shelter before it's rescued and then after? Now, I'm not saying women are dogs at all, but I'm saying, like, think about that. It's trauma bonding, but it's also like a savior complex, isn't it? Dogs get attached when they've been tortured and now they have someone who treats them well. They get separation anxiety. Believe it or not, dogs are extremely smart, and people do the same thing. We talked about this in a psychology course I took many years ago and it's an abnormal psych course. And I remember they were talking about unnatural bonds versus natural bonds, healthy bonds versus unhealthy bonds. There are people who, when they have their baby, they don't get to touch their baby for a long time. It has to go into an incubator because it's so weak. Sometimes when that happens and the kid grows up, they can have different behavioral issues, or they might not feel particularly bonded to this kid, or vice versa. And then there are people who believe that you have to have the baby touching your skin, and dads who believe that that's a very important bonding moment. Remember the baby monkey experiment where they have a monkey that doesn't have its mom, and then they have one that does, and then they have one and they give it furry toys so that it can have something to bond onto. The attachment theory, exactly. I stayed with a controlling, abusive psycho for 7 years because he treated me better than the way my bio mom and stepdad treated each other. Exactly. And we don't really know her childhood, but one thing we do know is she got adopted out and separated from her fucking siblings and sent to live in another country. So the separation issues, the detachment, the anxiety that woman probably has in her head, in the back of her head, she likely has the same thing that a lot of kids who are adopted might have feelings of, which I have a lot of friends who were adopted, oddly, and they've told me that, like, you know, even if you have a super loving family, sometimes you do wonder, like, did they give me away? Did they want me? Did they not want me? They just need to know, like, there was an extenuating circumstance, stuff like that. So that can create an anxiety, a separation anxiety, an over attachment to people. Love bombing is really big with those folks who have some of those emotions. That can happen. So she goes back to Iceland to see her brothers and sisters and shit. So her brothers and sisters got kept there and adopted out to different families, and she got adopted out to a family that came to the US. That's how she came here. So she initially would literally go, hey, Rex, do you want to come to Iceland to see family? And he had to work. He's an architect. And you can tell when she's talking about him, she's like, he's an architect at a big firm. She doesn't see anything he does as abuse to her. And it's very easy to see why, because he's not fucking abusing her. Everybody assumed that he's beating the shit out of this family and treating them badly. Victoria gave hints of, you can tell when he's in a bad mood because he breaks plates in the sink. That's a red flag to me. Does that mean he molests his daughter? No. But a lot of people are making those presumptions that he beats his whole family. No. That's kind of the fucking point, people. Like when I see people going, it's impossible for her to not know. How would she not fucking know? How could she not suspect that? Well, I'm looking at her and I'm seeing a woman who considers this her hero, her savior, someone who got her out of a bad relationship, someone who paid for her to go on vacations while he stayed home and worked, someone who built her a bathroom, someone who took care of her autistic son with her from another marriage so she doesn't have to go back to that guy. It seems to me like there are two sides to this man. There's the family man, Prince Charming, the facade, and then there's the evil fucking shit demon, right? What I don't get is why all of a sudden this well-known, very common thing that we seem to see a pattern of in most serial killers is so fucking hard to believe or see. Like fucking John said, I can't see you. Like literally no one's considering that. You hear people all the time talk about, well, he pisses the bed and he fucked with animals as a kid. He's a killer. But now we hear a guy as a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, and all of a sudden it's like, I've never heard of this concept before. That's the fucking point. And Asa said something brilliant in this. She said he would have to be a genius. That's why she thinks he's not the guy. He's not the killer. I think that she doesn't realize at this point the duality of men. And by that, I mean humans. There are people who can be two people, and you don't have to be a genius. You just have to get away with it until you get caught. Yes, it took a decade or longer. Yes, absolutely. There are killers who got away with it 20, 30, 40 years. If it weren't for DNA and IgG, they would have fucking done it as long as they can. That is a great way to say it. She can't reconcile the two faces of him. And she does think he's a genius, right? Because, well, I wouldn't say genius. I think she thinks he's brilliant. He's a savior. I do think that she thinks that he's relatively smart. And you see when she says it, I'm conflicted with your statement because I agree with you, but I wonder. When she says that, there's some look that she gives where it's like she's questioning if he is. But I think you're right. I think she thinks he's a genius, and as she's saying it out loud, she's kind of trying to convince herself a little bit. To me, this is a woman who is in denial. I don't think that it's appalling or grotesque that she's in denial. I think it's natural that she's in denial, and I feel very bad for her. I feel even worse for her than I felt before. Because not only is she in denial, it seems she is completely dissociated from this possibility. It reminds me, and I'm going to be careful how I say this. Yeah, the daughter is both of theirs. I'm going to be careful with how I say this because I don't want to insinuate that anything sexual happened to the kids at all, because I don't think it did. But I am going to say that there was a time in America, I think we can all agree to this, when if you got raped or something awful happened to you, or even if you had a family member doing shit to you, there are families out there who will say, no, he didn't. Get that out of your fucking head right now. They'll punish you for it. They'll call you a liar. Sometimes they'll call you a whore. They'll kick you out of the house. How dare you accuse your step-grandpa, stepdad, your mom's boyfriend, or your father, God forbid, of that. There's a time in America where if something horrible happened to you, if your boyfriend did something to you, if a stranger did something to you, and you tell your parents, there is a time in America where some parents would literally go, put that under the rug. Or, nope, didn't happen. And yeah, it still happens to this day. That shit is carried over, right? There are moms that don't believe their daughters. There are dads who don't believe their daughters. There are moms and dads who don't believe their sons. You didn't tell. Exactly, Laura. And that's a good point, Holly. One of the best books ever written about Ted Bundy was called The Stranger Beside Me. Put it in a box on the shelf. Angela, I didn't tell. See what I mean? Like, this is and we need to normalize that this is not normal. We need to normalize saying this is not normal to feel like you did something wrong because someone hurt you. But it's also not okay to do that, to sweep it under the rug, to blame the victim. But was it normal and pretty socially accepted a long time ago that you just don't, like, no, don't say anything? Like, how dare you? Shh. Or to even get punished. We're in an era now where luckily it's becoming less normal for families to do that, and confrontation is becoming a thing. Acceptability is we're getting close to that. We're getting close to a time when even if your parents don't believe you, or friends or family or boss or whoever, there's actually another route you can go now. A couple. That's not true is a big one. That's not true. Why didn't you tell them to stop? But what were you wearing? But what did you do? So we live in a time now where people are starting to speak out. There's other options becoming available, and it's slow, but it's happening. But when it's something this old, and when it's a relationship or a marriage that's that long, like theirs, and you have to consider her background, the son she has, the daughter she now has, the situation she's in. She didn't have a job. She was looking to him for a place to live because he invited her. And then the way he asked her to marry him was like, well, we should just get married since you're pregnant, right? To me, that tells me that there is a good opportunity, even if she does think he might have, or even if she's seen him do things like break plates, or maybe a little worse, maybe a lot worse. Maybe if he like smacked her or something one day, she might be the type, I'm being very hesitant with this, to maybe sweep that under the rug a little bit, or to push it out, dissociate, deny it. We don't know, though. What we do know is when she talks about him, she glows. That's what I think. It looks like to me there is an opportunity for her to say something and to take it all off of her and be everyone's hero and, let me testify against him and do all this shit. But that would be of a great benefit to her, wouldn't it? It would help her and her family tremendously. But she doesn't do that. And to me, that says she genuinely does not believe that he is the guy. Operating on the presumption that she does believe he's the guy and is covering up for him, that pisses me off. I think that a lot of people have, maybe it's the lack of human contact because of COVID, I don't know. But a lot of people really want to assume the worst out of everyone nowadays. And when you see their face, I think, like, is it a lack of social awareness or being able to read other people? Maybe. Not everyone's a behavioral analyst or an expert on that sort of thing. But I think when you look at her, it screams she loves this guy and she doesn't think he did it. And no, Asa didn't work, Holly. She didn't at that time anyway. She might be embarrassed now, Laura. You're right. But here's the other thing. If you go back to the hearings that they're showing in this documentary and the time frame, it seems to me like a lot of the statements she made happened before a lot of the things came out. And then when those things came out, you see Victoria kind of retreat into her brain and start thinking. But Victoria wasn't born yet when he saved her mom, right? She didn't have that added decade or two with Rex that Asa had, becoming friends with him and getting to know him. There's a lot going on there because she doesn't say I love you, and neither does he when they hang up the phone. And the one good editing moment is right after that happens, they let her address it. But she says something. She says, I don't want to tell him anything that makes him sad. And they say, what would make him sad? And you really expect it to be something. At least I expected her to say something like what would make him sad? Oh, blaming him, asking him questions about it, doubting him. That's what I thought she'd say. She says, what would make him sad is if I tell him I love you. I haven't seen anyone comment on that moment. That moment says everything to me. Like, holy shit. Literally saying I love you is the one thing they won't say to each other because it will make them sad. That speaks volumes. It hit you hard, didn't it, darling? It hit me hard too. I was just like, woo, I need to take a break. And I stopped it right there. So that's where I'm at. I immediately start bawling. Like, holy shit. That is the one thing that everybody says when they get off the phone with someone that they care about. And she can't say it because it'll make him sad. She's still concerned about like how he feels. Like, to me, she hasn't even approached that possibility that he could have been the guy. Like, she's not there yet. And that makes me so sad for her. How long is it going to take her to get there? It's not up to her, is it? It's up to the trial, the court. It's up to them based on the evidence they present. So whether or not you can say I love you to someone you love is wholly determinant on time that you can't control, steps that you're not allowed to take. It's up to them. It's almost like instead of telling her the entire truth up front, which they usually do, they're like, look, he did it. This is how you know. But to see it, to see the proof, to have it fought out in court, the idea that she's going to find out a little snippet every day over time, that's got to be scary as fuck to her. And like, it really makes me think, that she's not there yet because maybe she's wondering. Maybe she doesn't want, how do I put this? Maybe she doesn't want to say it yet because she needs to know. The murdered women's families, here's the thing. They have been speaking out a lot, and it's about him. they're putting the blame on him. I haven't actually seen any of the families of these murdered people say anything mean or evil or judgmental about Asa and Victoria. If anything, they've been very understanding, and they've been very not as judgmental as the general public. And I think it's because maybe they are more empathetic due to their loss. The only person, yeah, it's that sort of thing, Darlene, exactly. And Rex is to blame. That's the best explanation, because that's the other thing is like, Carrie Rawson went through this. Melissa Moore went through this. They didn't know what their dad was doing. Ted Bundy, Elizabeth Keppel went through this. I mean, we could go name after name after name after name. There are people who helped, like the Toy Box Killer's fucking daughter. And then there are people who were victims themselves, like Carrie and Melissa. I think this family is victimized by him without the physical abuse, if that makes sense. He put them in a fucked up situation. And I think that's what's going on there. Yeah, I did notice that. And I think to her, she was smiling because I think she thinks that's ridiculous. I really don't think she knew. In fact, there was also another point where they talk about when she moved in. She said, I moved in with him in 1995 after this situation. The kids are there. On Valentine's Day is when Karen Vergata, according to John Ray's source, Valentine's Day is when they saw her running around the yard, right? Because it was a big fuck party with Asa and stuff. The kids were there. Victoria remembers her childhood and doesn't remember anything bad. Nothing like that she never describes. But I started thinking about the timeline and when Asa moved in and that he just bought the house, right? So you're telling me Asa's getting out of an abusive relationship and within 3 or 4 months, she's having fuck parties with her kids at home? And the only person in that documentary that they seem to have spoke to who was wholly condemning her, in fact, blaming her, saying she had a part of it, is John fucking Ray. And that witness, guess where they came from? John fucking Ray. The same witness with their eyes closed, who apparently has a bit of a history herself. I find it all very convenient, and I find him even more disgusting now. Praise him for early on fighting for Shannon, but enough is enough. This guy is making up conspiracies at this point. So it made me sad. It made me really sad to see a woman going through denial who's also got this old school mentality, I think, combined with a bit of denial and a lot of compartmentalization. That bummed me out. It made me sad to see Chris hugging her, crying, saying, I hate this. And when you see the state of the house, oh my God, it looked like a tornado hit it. It looked like a tornado hit it. It was awful. I understand that they needed to rip up every single part, but I found that to be cruel. I found that to be extremely cruel, what they did to the family, especially considering they were blindsided by this. I don't think they knew, especially the way the kids reacted. All they know is dad's in jail. He's being blamed for these horrific things. And now they're saying he had a torture chamber. And then when you see the gun room in the safe, I can 100% see how he got away with it now. How he got away with hiding it from his family. Yes, they were hoarders, but at least everything was put away and not destroyed. Now it is piled up to the roof. Everything is fucked in that house and around it. And there's just trash in the yard. They just dump things. And there's parts where she's walking around opening boxes going, this used to have a watch in it. Now it's gone. Like, I saw people picking that apart online. Oh, all you care about your stuff? You're lucky your daughter didn't get murdered. Oh my fucking God, chill. You have to remember, she has not even been to court at that point yet, and they didn't tell her anything. She is overwhelmed. She is paralyzed, Donnie. It is horrible. She's picking through what was once her life with her kid, her adult son who's just bawling. He says, I hate this. And Victoria's just staring, taking it all in. I'll get all the heat I want. Everyone can throw all they want at me. People can say what they want. I love Victoria. I loved her in this. I thought the openness of her, the processing, the trauma she went through, and her observations and the way she handled it all, she's being as strong as she can. I feel horrible for her, but goddamn if they didn't raise a smart girl. You know, he's a piece of shit who did horrible things. He should get the blame for all of them. I'm sick of seeing it had to be the wife, it had to be the mother, it had to be the daughter. Why are we doing this every time? Why is it so hard to believe men can be bad? Why do we always have to fucking blame someone else? Why do we always have to fucking say they enabled it, they helped, they ignored it? Why? We've seen plenty of times when that is not the case. Yeah, they don't have insurance, Angela, and she had 2 forms of cancer at the time. And yeah, I agree, C. Smith. I mean, we've seen it a million times, like police tearing through for some shit like that. Like, just search warrant, destroy it. But like, I've never seen anything like this ever. Like, I've never seen. It's like they took the house and they just shook it and then ripped shit out of the wall. They didn't have plumbing. And it's so easy to go, well, what about the victims' families? What about the victims? Exactly. Yeah, what about them too? But like, both things can be happening. Don't butt her emails me. What the fuck? Are we really that gross in society that we can't possibly fathom that a thing that has happened a million times before happened to this family, and they have to have a little bit of time to go through their denial and to hear the facts and to go through the court before we condemn them? Yeah, Asa said that's her hero because he fucking is. Because she doesn't believe it. Yeah, they have to get evidence, sure. But at the same time, her husband did that, not her. So like, I feel like it's very cruel in the summer to just ditch this family with a special needs son and an already fucked up home to just buy after you've just fucking annihilated it. Because really, how cruel is that? To raise an entire family, to love them unconditionally, to do everything that you can so that they have a good life, they have vacations, and then you're hiding the sadistic shit from them, and then boom, they just have to accept it and be okay with this treatment. I feel so bad for them. I feel so bad for the families of the victims, and I feel so bad for just anyone who had to fucking go through anything because of this man. It's just such a bummer, dude. Yeah, but Laura, I mean, fuck, look at Buster, dude. His dad was a fucking pillhead. And now that's all he has left. I mean, I feel a little bad for Buster at times too. People forget he's a boy and he was a teen, right? At the time, late teens, like your brains are still mush. I don't think it's anywhere near as traumatic as being tied up and molested and killed. But it is a different trauma to have your protector or your husband or your dad of like decades all of a sudden finding out that he's done these horrible things and then you're getting condemned for it and your house is fucked. It was just a lot. It was just a lot. I think one of the worst parts was when aside from when they're going through everything, the whole first episode was the worst part, was seeing all the victims and what they went through and shit again and again and again. It's like, oh my God, this is terrible. But when Victoria finally goes to court and she says, I felt like I was in a zoo, like basically I'm the animal and they're all watching. That part broke my heart too, because it's like, it is Black Mirror. I feel like we're living in Black Mirror again. And the one thing that the editors got 100% right in that episode was when they said, without a doubt, they're like, yeah, you know, this situation. Hold on, I'm getting dry mouth. Well, I'm not gonna say the editor said, the way that they made it seem was that this situation is showing that people are basically the media is more interested in Asa and Victoria and Chris than they are in Rex. It's true. And it's because they wanted to keep their privacy, which I don't blame them, because most people who go through shit like this, I mean, there's hopefully not a lot, but the ones who do, it's like 1, 2, 3 people who the person killed. Like their dad killed a lot of people, probably. It's looking like. And then to have John Ray up their dick all the time, it's a lot. And that guy can't dress himself to fucking save his life. So it was interesting to see the attorneys too, the way that they talk with the family. You finally get to see where that picture came from. I think the backstory and the context was given for a lot of important, poignant moments in the Lisk investigation and the beginning of the trial, or the pre-trial, I guess. But there's still so much that we have yet to see, and that means they have yet to see it. So by the time this documentary came out, the one thing I want you to remember, for what it's worth, when our documentary came out, we signed, I think it was, the victim's family signed a 2-year NDA, if I remember correctly. I signed a 6-month, but I signed the grimace, so they can't sue me, so fuck them. But I also knew that they were probably going to fuck everyone over, and I kept warning them, like, this doesn't, there were some things going on with production that were fucked up. Evidence sold to Peacock instead of given to the police, for example, by a horrible guy. Oh, hey, Joe Biffle, how you doing? So here's what I'm going to tell you. When you watch these documentaries, especially the new Gilgo one, keep in mind, we were working with 3 or 4 production companies stacked together. So are they. They have 50 Cent. They have that one. I think NBC might be involved. There's like multiple ones. They go through editors and producers like crazy. They have multiple people who they're interviewing. And what they do is they rent an Airbnb usually, or they pick a site to do the interview. They knock it all out in a day or 2. There's a really good chance that a lot of in fact, all the sit down, especially if you look at what she's wearing, almost all the sit down interview with Asa was done in one day. And you could tell it was done early on based on the context of what they say in the beginning. It took like 2 years for them to film. For hers, we know when Rex got caught, and we know that it came out now, right? So there's a time frame of what, about almost 2 years now? It takes them at minimum 6 months to edit. If you look at the last thing from what I've seen so far that they filmed, there is a really good chance, and 50 Cent Productions, I think, popped in a little bit late in the game. Could be wrong. It could have been opposite. But essentially, they stopped filming at least a couple of months ago, probably 6 months. So much news has come out since then. They got an update 1 week before the end of production. I found that interesting because 1 week before ours was about to come out, that's when we found out the title, which is not what they told us it was. And that's when we found out the angle, which is not what they told us it was. And that is when they found out, hey, guess what? It's all going to be blaming this person, which is not what we thought it was. So we got hit with that last minute. Also, there was a leak. Somebody leaked a little bit about it to the press. We were not necessarily asked, oh shit. We were not necessarily asked, like, do you have any changes of heart? Now, they don't ask you that. They're taking the shit they're taking. They've already filmed it. They will sue you if you try to say, no, don't put me in that. They usually touch base with you to let you know that it's coming out. What I find interesting is Victoria contacted them to tell them this is how I feel now. That says a lot to me. That says she hadn't spoken to the producers in a while. She likely just found out through email the documentary is coming out in a week. And to top that off, for her to call them to update them tells me they were not keeping in touch. This is typical of this particular production company, in my opinion. So there is a chance that maybe Asa doesn't feel the same way she did. Maybe Chris doesn't feel the same way he did, and maybe Victoria doesn't, and obviously we know that. With that said, please remember, if you're going to watch this, go into it knowing that context matters, editing happens, and they probably finished filming and wrapping this shit up in the last possible court hearing, whatever it is you're going to see, because I still have to watch episode 3. That's probably about when they finished it up. So there's a chance there was 6 months to a year where they never even fucking talked to this family. There is a reason typically, and it's because they're interviewing everybody else, right? They lock down the most important one and then they go to everybody else. So whatever came out since then is likely going to be stuff that influences how they feel about their dad and husband. With that said, I don't think people should be so harsh on Asa and Victoria and Chris. I think that when bad men do bad things and hide it from good families, good women, and they hurt good women, they hurt good anybody. They hurt victims. Let's stop blaming every fucking person around them who is just as surprised as we are. And how about he's the dick? How about that guy who killed the people is the asshole? Just a thought. Why do we got to put this shit on everyone else? It reminds me of people, fuck, using Karen again. Blame the girl. Fucking sick of it. If you're going to have they blame the girl on Karen mentality, then keep that fucking energy for everyone else. Don't be a hypocrite. Just my thoughts. I want to watch, I was going to say we'll do a whole episode to talk about it, but we pretty much just did. So yeah, that's a thought. I just have a hard time believing that they were fucking swingers while their children are at home on Valentine's Day. And they just moved in together after she was in an abusive relationship. So, yeah, I think John Ray's still full of shit. That's the consistency. I do too, Haynes. Thank you for saying that. I agree. I feel horrible for that family. I think people are being really harsh on them, and I think they're judging somebody who is currently in crisis mode and full-blown denial. And I got so mad at her when I was reading the quotes, but now that I've seen it, now I feel bad for her, dude. I think it was real shitty. I knew they were going to do this shit to them, but they did it anyway, of course. I would highly recommend, before I was like, don't watch that fucking documentary. I don't know if I'm going to watch it too, but now, you know what? Watch it. Everyone should fucking watch it. It does feel like it's the only chance that the family gets to speak out. Yeah, Uncle Dirty Touch for real. Bill's so funny. All right, so next. We haven't been covering a ton of Karen Reed lately because we already did that. Like, we already saw the first trial. I wanted to kind of pull back and wait for closing arguments, and if anything crazy happened. Because it was just getting to be too much, and I was getting so fucking angry at Hank. I hated like researching the Whitey Bulger trial because the arguments that he was making, the excuses he was making, asking for 6 fucking lawyers when you had plenty of time and you've been paid $2 million to review the evidence, asking for 6 fucking lawyers for your bitch ass because you don't want to listen to a wiretap that the federal government handed you that has him saying, kill that bitch. And you're sitting there defending that guy and asking for 2 more million of people's money to do that. And for you to say the shit that you're saying to Karen's defense right now, Hank, oh no, I was getting too hulky. I was getting too mad. Getting too hot. Getting too heated. Okay. The closing arguments, I got to one particular point and I stopped them and I said, we're watching this tonight. I'll tell you what point. Who can guess? I'll tell you. It's when he said kindergarten blue shit. Whatever it is he said. Doing a little blue paint kindergarten project. AJ, daddy, chill, daddy. Like, oh my God. At that moment, I turned it off and I said, well, I guess we'll do this tonight. We will finish the Dean Coral cold case next week because I have to see this. So tonight, that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. We're going to look at the closing arguments. Tomorrow, we're probably going to touch more. Yeah, the fucking science. See, Biffle's very funny. Science Fair volcano is perfect. That's what happened. That's what happened. So mean. I love Alan Jackson when he's mean because Hank deserves it. With that said, I'm going to show you guys something that popped up. This has nothing to do with anything. Let's calm down from the Gilgo Beach documentary conversation, which is me just screaming and ranting about my thoughts. And let me show you something. It's Friday. It's Friday. Everyone be cool. Be calm. We're going to transition into this.
Hey, Chit.
Yeah,
Hey, looking good.
feeling good.
I like your shirt. I'm not used to seeing you without buttons on.
Yeah, casual Friday.
No, I know.
Yeah. Look at this guy. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, cool.
yeah, he's crazy. Yeah,
Well, as long as you feel comfortable.
I do. Yeah. Wish we could do this more often.
Yeah, but we can't.
Yeah, just a treat for Fridays.
That's right.
Yeah.
We make the most out of it, don't we?
We do. Yeah.
So I love that. I love that. I love that. And it got me thinking, what if we all take off our pants? I'm just kidding. But what if we did? Like, you wouldn't know if I wasn't wearing pants right now. Oh my God. Could you imagine? Like, all of us could be pantsless and no one would know. Have you ever thought about that? Like, you could be watching Melanie Little and she could just be fucking shirt cocking. Like, we could all just have no pants on. Joe Biffle, way ahead of you. God damn it. Is he Amish? I thought so too. He looked like Mose. I'm just saying we could all, yeah, Kip. Talking to my friends on the internet. God. My dentist office has so many call-in to cancel that when she was working the suction tube, she kept detaching and asked me to close my mouth. Oh, I hate that sucky thing. Hate it. I kind of want them to put it on my eye, but I know that would be disturbing. You hope I'm not? I wonder, after seeing this guy, all I can picture now is like, okay, what if Peter Tragos and his dad are on opposite sides of, let's say they're in their own offices and they're doing a live together and they both just happen to have no pants. We wouldn't know. We wouldn't know. Yes, I am grooming you, K-Dubs. I'm just saying, like, it's kind of weird to think about. You never see anyone's bottom half on YouTube. What if everyone's been shirt cocking this whole time? There are creators that require guests to be on camera because they might be playing with themselves otherwise. Should I do that? Sock suspenders. Oh, and they go up to the chones. Okay. I was like, wait, from socks up over the shoulder? That would just be so uncomfortable. Plevin has no legs. Jesus Christ. I'm just, yeah, shirt cocking. It's when you're just a shirt, you know, and you just see the little bottom part of the cock. You're fabulous, Haynes. But what if no one was wearing Hanes, like the chones? Like, what if Bev doesn't have legs? I do think about that. Also, what if one day, see, it's too late because we've seen her walk, but I do wonder if everyone's like, Bev's such a bitch. And then what if one day they're like, all rise, and then you just see Bev like wheel out, and it turns out she's in a wheelchair this whole time. Would that change anything? I don't know. I wonder about that. I often wonder, crab legs? Yo. Oh my God. What if her body is Marcus? Like, what if she takes the robe off and it's just Marcus and then she fucking floats? What if Bev floated out of court? What if Bev ascended? What if she just floated out and she goes, oh no, and then she's just flying through the air? I think about these things all the time. So with that said, from now on, should I make all the guests stand up and prove they have pants on? Should I do random cut-ins of their camera and say, are you touching yourself? Like in between them talking. Just like random, are you diddling checks? And then if they're not, they can stay. I have a lot of questions. A lot has changed, Holly. By the way, welcome back, Holly. We have not done our game yet. I did want to do a game show for the mods called Are You a Dirty Child Molester? So that it's basically a game show and we figure out which one's the pervert. And the problem is it's good if none of you are the pervert. That's great. I don't want you to be. But the problem is if you are the pervert, we're going to catch you. And then you can't mod anymore. None of the mods would agree to do it. Some of them said they would, but I didn't believe their heart was in it. But I do plan on coming up with some sort of game show idea where it's like, who is the nasty, lying crime committer diddler? And weeding out any of you who are. Darlene, always with the best quotes. I'm a perv, but not a chomo. Thank you, Darlene. Good. Yeah, that's the problem, Joe, is they are all perverts. I mean, look at this one. Fucking Shrimp Tits literally calls herself Sherlock Ho. They're going to a sex dungeon right now. Like, how can I think about Paul's crotch? I often do. I feel like Texas is just Paul's crotch, which would mean that this entire state's being stared at in a court of law, and that's disturbing. You watch a show from a bath a lot? I wonder if there's waterproof like cams I think there are in the iPhone. I don't know. It'd be weird to do a shower podcast. I wouldn't do it, but I would send someone one and be like, be our guest, get a whole bunch of bubbles, okay, to cover all the parts, and we'll do like a tub thing. You can give us your thoughts from a tub. D.A. Morrissey's belly is full of undigested kids. Is that a semen joke, Diane? Are you on a golf cart with a claw? I love you so much. Fuck. Yeah, they are going with Satan. They're going with Satan to a sex dungeon. And I have warned everyone. I told everyone going with him that be careful because Andrea or AJ, she will sex traffic you. So you have to be careful. Okay, let's move on. We haven't even gone through. We finished house cleaning. All right. We've gotten through all of our topics. We're back to sillies. And then we're going to watch closing arguments. Every time I put a closing argument or literally anything from Karen Reed trial in the title of this, we never get to it. So tonight we have to. Okay. Yeah, undigested children is great. I find that very funny. I also like the idea of like how like women, we can't listen. We're not allowed to do anything to our body. Once we're pregnant, we're not allowed to do shit in Texas. Like you just have to wait and let it bake. And if it kills you, you can't even shoot it because it's on your property. Like even though we have that law, that if you're on my property and I don't want you here, I'm supposed to, gun laws say I'm allowed to, but if that property is my body, you have to stay and cook. Even if you're something that I didn't want or didn't expect, or even if I was R-worded, like, you know what I mean? Like, have to. There's no choice. Yeah, it's up to Ted Cruz. The Zodiac Killer decides what happens to my womb. In Texas, we can't get abortions. But even if it's ectopic, like, you just can't. Even if you're raped, you can't. You cannot get one. But dudes can just, like, come on a bus. They could just squirt it on a tree anytime they want. They could just, I mean, in college, I saw a guy jerking off by an ice machine, and he just came on it. And then it was like, I'm in here to get a soda. Could you leave? Like, this is not a cool place for ladies, but it's a totally cool place for dudes who just want to drop dead kids all over the sidewalk. They're allowed to do that. We're not. And the only reason I'm saying dead kids and not semen is because we go by Bible law here in Texas. And in the Bible, it says, even if it's, I mean, it's a thought crime to even think about it here. They distribute their loads everywhere. Yeah, I can't believe I'm allowed to broadcast as a woman in Texas either. I thought I had to have a signed note. Now, I did get one just in case. His body, his choice. That's the shirt. Thank you, Diane. Thank you. Bus people are weird, and they'll come anywhere. We had a lady downtown who was just like diddling herself in public, legs open, just in the middle of traffic. Legs spread. It was a fancy hotel. There's a place called like 2nd Street Bar or something down there. She's on the table. Imagine a crazy lady jumps over a table or over a fence onto your table, throws your oysters on the ground, opens up her oyster, shows the world, and just pop, 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 starts going to town. Now imagine a bunch of cops around her with guns pointed at her going, ma'am, please stop, please stop. And she's like, ah. That happened here. And no one knew what to do. Anyway, thank you for being here. It's Friday. Here's Marcus.
What the heck, Marcus? What are you doing at the gas station?
Is there anything you would like to buy?
Oh, I didn't see you there.
Are you sure? You walked directly at me.
Hello, Robert.
Hi, Marcus. It's good to see you. Hey, you know, you kind of look like Marge.
Jimbo James got out, Robert.
Jimbo James?
The mafia got him out of El Salvador prison.
Oh, that's really good news, Marcus. He can't be here? What do you mean he can't be here?
You can thank Big Badinky Bones for that.
Who is Big Badinky Bones? Is he someone else?
Big Badinky Bones is Diane. Thank you, Diane G. Thank you very much. I will break you out of an El Salvadorian prison one day, should you need it. I put that on my name.
I've tracked him coincidentally.
Okay.
To the region in which your most land purchase was.
My most land purchase was? Right. Okay.
How have you been?
I've been good. I was about to go check up on this gas station. You want me to buy you some snacks?
I will text Sean McDonough right now and ask him if he hung out with a guy named Marcus in the jungles of Peru, and we will find out. That is a good fucking point.
Oh, no, it's the green guy.
Do they have?
It's the freaking green guy. Look.
Oh my God, Marcus.
Green guy, the frog guy, they don't like you, man. I'm sorry, all right?
What do you mean they don't
Dear
like me?
God, shut your damn mouth, you insufferable, contorted, shrivel, testicle, having done
Marcus,
that stat goal.
stop. Marcus, stop.
Bitch ass.
Marcus, stop. Marcus, ah!
Oh my God. Did you just insta-give him? Like, where did he go? He just vanished.
Robert,
Yeah.
don't let this get out.
Okay, I'm not going to tell anyone. Don't worry. I'm pretty Pretty sure you just.
Yo, you know what? You just gave me a great idea. Not only am I going to text Sean and ask him if he knows Marcus, but I'm also going to hit up Duty Ron and see if we can get him to come on soon so we can show him Marcus. I just want to be like, how would you go about arresting this? And also, have you not ever seen anything this cool? I know they've seen a lot of cool shit. I know they've seen Anthrax, but I want to know, have they seen a felon that is a worm?
Killed someone.
If anyone finds out, oh, I'm about a spooky bop bop bitey bitty bob 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 on the ass.
I have no idea what you just said, but I'm just going to agree with it.
I hope they have corn chips.
What's he doing? It's like dancing.
Let me unmute. I forgot. I do have one update. Did we talk about Harmony? About, oh, Joe Biffle. This is Marcus. This is the VR world where you can be a worm or a alligator and you can commit felonies. It's fun. Did we talk about last week the girl Harmony who was looking for her sister on Facebook? We didn't? Fuck. I thought we did. Well, anyway, there's a girl named Harmony Thomas who's on Facebook, and her shit went viral because she was looking to find her sister who was adopted out or put in foster care when they were very young. And I thought that we talked about this. Fuck. Well, anyway, she found her sister. That's the good update. But since we didn't talk about her, never fucking mind. All right, here we go. Back to Marcus.
Robert, help.
Hey, Marcus, listen, all right. My buddy Wyatt says you guys know each other.
Big guy.
Okay, I guess you guys do know each other.
Marcus.
Why are you talking like that?
Special Agent Head and Shoulders Classic Clean Dandruff Shampoo.
What? Okay, I refuse to believe that Wyatt is a special agent.
A code name from Slovenia.
Wyatt is not a special agent. Look at him. There's no way this dude's a special agent.
Which one of you asked the other day if this was Spencer Pratt? Was it you? God damn it, Mandy Joe. That's so fucking funny. It looks like him.
Agent.
We're telling him.
I remember it like it was yesterday. The 1976 bathtub soup.
Right. Sorry, guys. This will only be a second. All right.
It was a good night.
It's like, okay.
I wasn't gonna tell you about my operations. It was crazy. Me and Marcus went wild.
Wyatt, I've known you for years. I know you're not a secret agent. You climb on top of furniture and scream and take off your clothes and do like.
Oh my God, yes. And then Darlene, so one of you guys, and yeah, Fredrickson's in this one, and there's a long form one before we start. But also, yeah, Prince Harry. I said Nazi Prince Harry, didn't I? Yep. And y'all guys, some of y'all said Spencer. First of all, that hummingbird comment, I don't get it at all, but it's so fucking funny. And I don't know why. Like in his ears and shit, it just eats out. Also, yeah, waste of white paint. Yeah, it does look like him. It also kind of looks like Prince Henry. Dude, I wish they'd get deported too. Yo, I love you guys sometimes. Y'all have, not all the time, but sometimes. Just kidding. Y'all have the best ideas. We should deport them. Can we not? We need to deport Melania because she was a mail order bride. I showed you guys the ad, right? Like, I think we need to deport Elon, Spencer, Heidi. If Brittany keeps her shit up, we're going to have to. I know you guys want to, take her out of the cage or whatever. No, put her back in. She's being fucking crazy again. They all are. Enough. You know? Like, enough. If you're going to behave, if you're not going to be fun, but you're going to be crazy, go. Just go. Where can we send them? That's the next question. Where can we send them? We have to send them somewhere. In the ocean? What do we do? The prince and his sidekick. Yeah. Here's the thing. I defend Megan. I didn't watch Suits, but I think she's fun. She likes to make jam. That's fine. But don't force your fucking mason jars on me, ma'am. I'm from the South. You don't need to show me mason jars, chick from Britain. I don't need to see that. I know about it. Like, stop. I love you guys all the time, too. I just don't want to look weak, okay? The penis colony in Australia is exactly where they'll go. Didn't we do that already? Didn't we send them all the criminals there? And then they made the people who gave us Giardia great. Stevie, cover your ears. We're going to have to send them all to Australia. Do you understand? That's why they have fucking big spiders there. So much negative energy. All right, Stevie, uncover your ears. All right, back to this.
Like helicopters with your penis. Like, you don't.
What's wrong with
This
that?
is Special Agent Head and Shoulders Clean Dandruff Shampoo. Classic,
You're damn straight.
fresh, and nice shampoo.
Oh, guys.
Because I think there's an alien outside. What the hell?
Mary, I want to be clear. I love Prince Harry and Meghan in small doses. When I'm seeing fucking mason jar jelly on my goddamn algorithm, you know what? You're right. That's my fault. That's my fault. I take it back. I shouldn't have been looking. Yeah, I get PTSD from them. One of my aunts had a Confederate themed wedding, and there were just too many mason jars. It was upsetting. That's my bad. You know what? I'm in the wrong here. I'm wrong. I'm sorry. They can stay. They can stay. But also, who's that lady? Kieran Horman said about Terry. We got to send Terry Horman. I want her gone too.
Yo, Marcus, you seeing this shit? Okay, you're humping my TV. Look at him go. Okay, he's turning around to see if I can see him. Yeah.
I got this.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. You're fucking right, Mary. And you know what? Also, I feel guilty now because one of my favorite pieces of found footage is the table of gay guys that find out Princess Diana died. It's really sad, but it's also kind of funny because they're playing cards. They're just being real sassy to each other. And they're kind of making fun of it. And then it happens in the change in demeanor. It's just so authentically 90s. And I'm just like, oh. Like it bums me out in a way, but also it's like, it's so fucking real. And the fact that they had that and they're like, oh my God, this is that moment we found out that she died. And then they put it on the internet. I was just watching that the other day thinking about like, what would Diana think of Charles' sausage fingers right now? Really bothers me. What the fuck? What? 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 Why? Poteet Strawberry Festival. Why? Wait, are you Eskimo sisters with Terry Horman? Carrie, are you Eskimo sisters with Terry Horman? Look, I'm sorry for putting you on blast like that, but we got to do this now.
It's time to remove my chihuahua's demon. This time is going to work.
Juan Calamera, azúcar, Juan Calamera, azúcar, Hanta Manjana, Tiki tracatú. A la víbora de la mar, por aquí pueden pasar. Los de adelante corren mucho y los de atrás se quedarán.
Hoy, mi amor, hasta el perro no te quiere.
Ya está hecho el hechizo. Ahora sí. ¡Újule! Listo.
Ahorita va a volar.
El perro se asustó. Para que vean. Ya está, mija, el hechizo hecho para todos los que no me quieren.
Chupatoles. Listen, Eskimo Sisters with Terry Horman is the name of my band now. And don't worry, you've been salvaged. And not poor dog, they're getting the demons out. Good dog. Good for that dog. It needs it. You need to get that demon out. You learned about Eskimos? Hey, thank you for the $2. We're going to use that on the Alf Sex hotline. Also, that was crazy, wasn't it, last night when we called that again and we found out that there's a fucking VIG or whatever, a coup, a monopoly? Did you guys know all the sex hotlines are the same one? They're all party line now. None of those people call me back. I'm not good enough for the party line. Figured. Yeah, Eskimo Sisters is just when you and another lady bang the same dude. Not at the same time. It can be years apart. But I mean, what a hell of a story, dude. I mean, congratulations, Carrie. But also, like, damn, do you tell people that in bars? I would. I don't really go to bars, though. But, like, places I go, I would tell them. How do I know this stuff? I do stand-up comedy. Also, isn't it weird how Rex Heuermann looks kind of like Shane Gillis? Like, when he was younger, he looks like Shane Gillis now. Next time I see him, I'm going to tell him that. And show him pictures, because he really did in some of those pictures. I'm like, is that Shane? Fucking crazy. Anyway, what were we doing? Oh yeah, Marcus. Here we go.
Hold on, he fell. Where did you? What do you mean you got this? Where did he go? Where did he go? Did you see where he went?
He's going out there to get him.
Oh no. Door's locked. Guys, 1 second. Marcus, I don't think you should be out here. You're a convicted felon. You shouldn't be out here.
Let's just go and become humans right there.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, the alien. Are you okay, buddy? You want me to come closer? Okay. What is happening? Oh, you weren't talking to me at all. You were talking to Marcus. Okay. I didn't know that this was your friend. I don't even... What is that? Wow, you guys are really that close with each other, huh?
Go for his legs.
What is happening? Why? Do you have any idea what they're doing? Are they dancing?
They're doing the thing that is part of the operation. He goes for the legs. I go for a top.
What is going on? Wyatt, no, that's an alien. I'm really sorry about this. What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, he got him.
Yeah, you better stay away, all right? Don't come back.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah, don't come back. All right. Oh, God damn it. Marcus, no. Well, why don't you try... Marcus, help. Marcus, no, we usually do this bit with anime women. What do we do? How do we get them out?
I'm not touching his booty.
Oh, come on, Wyatt. You got use of your arms. Look at my dinky little arms. I can't do anything about it. Just
a little moist.
There's slime. Yeah. It's moist.
It's just his goopy goops or whatever.
Robert, you have to do it specifically.
Why do I have to do it specifically, Marcus? Please explain to me.
You're the only one, Robert.
Okay, I don't know what that means, but all right. Let's see. How do I use my arms? I can do this, click that. Here I go, Marcus. I'm coming to help you. This looks really wrong. Hopefully no one sees this. Wyatt, can you turn around?
Fine.
All right, I'm grabbing on. This is really awkward looking. I'm pulling.
Don't grab that part.
Why are you bouncing up and down? I don't know where to grab. I don't know what is what. Okay, I'm pulling. Ugh. Why would you go back in?
You liked it, didn't you? Get him again.
Okay, I'm coming in. Happy Pride Month. All right, I'm pulling you out. Ugh. Okay. What the hell was that? There's something in the garage. You almost hit it. Oh, Fredrickson. No. Don't hit Fredrickson. That's my little cousin. You want to meet him? He's really. Hey, Frederickson, don't you be throwing that stuff back. Marcus, don't get into a throwing fight with Frederickson. Marcus, Frederickson, why are you hitting Wyatt? Frederickson, no, you're throwing shit at me. Look, that's my cousin. You guys haven't met each other. Isn't he cute? Isn't he?
Mean it.
I know. Here, I want you to meet Frederickson, okay? That's my little cousin, Frederickson. He's really sweet. Frederickson, be nice. That's your godfather.
Stupid, rotund, round, little bitch. Stupid head, got no hair. All round and stupid.
He's an alligator.
Tall looking.
Frederickson, put down the gun, all right? Guys?
My bad.
All right. Well, why don't you guys hug it out? Well, no, not me and you. No, not me and you guys. You two with each other. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. It's very sweet of you.
Robert, help me.
Wyatt, I'm not doing this bit with you. Wyatt, no, I'm not pulling Wyatt out of the washing machine.
Marcus said so. Come on.
Wyatt, no.
It's not working.
I'm not doing this. Yeah, I know it's not working. This is ridiculous. Do not get Frederickson in there. How the hell did that Frederickson get out of the washer? Wyatt, you're stepping on him. All right, Marcus, can you help Frederickson out of the washer? Why are you slapping him like that? Okay, guys, listen to me, all right?
Robert, help.
Ow! Why are you throwing me in there? Okay, I'm pulling you out, Frederickson, all right? I'm grabbing you by your tail. Ugh. Okay. Are you okay? All right, guys, look, there's a house party, okay? So let's go out there. We'll say hi to all the people that are still left, all right?
No, the poltergeist.
There's no poltergeist. Hey, where is he going? Where did he go?
Robert.
He's in the fucking sky. Hold on, I gotta.
Take us.
There's no poltergeist. Where the fuck did he go, Wyatt? Wyatt, you're stuck in the ceiling. There is no poltergeist. This is not real. I swear to God, if you start floating in the air, oh my God, there's no poltergeist. It's not real. Okay, maybe it's real.
Okay, this is going to be the full unboxing for the water I got.
Okay, guys, I just have 2 more shorts, then we're going to get to the gabagool. I want to throw this in because some of you guys were a bit scared of Shiloh. Some of you guys were like, yeah, he spooks me. And I want to just show you some of the dark web stuff he unboxes is fun. But also I wanted one more update on the boots. So you're going to get 2 little shorts on that. And then we're going to we're going to watch AJ's closer. Okay, here we go.
Got from the dark web. The site claimed to be just water, but I've heard rumors that there's other stuff in it and the package shakes. So I'm assuming there's more than water. Also, I'm sorry I couldn't post this yesterday. I went to my friend's house after I picked up the package and I left the package in my car and I got back really late. And when I took it out, it was like frozen solid. So I had to let it thaw, but this is going to be my first time opening everything. Also, I've had it in this bag because as you saw from the video from yesterday, it was kind of dripping. But here we go. I'm like nervous. I put rubber gloves on because I have no idea what's inside. Okay. Ooh. So there is, it's definitely not just water. There is water in here, but I really don't know what the rest of this stuff is. All right, we got some type of tubing. I don't know what these attachments are, but that's pretty creepy. Then, ooh. Okay, we've got a Q-tip. It looks like maybe a mouth guard. I don't know. I have no idea what these are. In this bag, it looks.
Now, I'm so sorry. I have some thoughts on this. The tubing goes into your nose. The mouth guard goes into your mouth. But these are tiny shrimp. So I have no idea why he's got a bunch of tiny little shrimp in that bag. But What the fuck?
Looks like, oh my gosh, they're fingernail clippings. Okay, there's actually a lot of water. It looks like they
Wait, what? When I watched this, I got tiny shrimp out of it, and so did everyone in the comments that I was talking with. Oh, it's fingernails too. I think it's shrimp and fingernail. Wait, are those just fingernails that look like shrimp? Your nipple clamps? Ew. Yeah, anyway, I told you guys, dark web can get kind of weird.
Okay, there's actually a lot of water. It looks like they lined the inside of the package with duct tape too to try to make it watertight, but it might have started leaking because it froze. This is, I don't know what this is. It's like a little wax seal container with like some plants or rocks or crystals or something inside. What the heck? Okay, this water is disgusting. This looks like a little model of a heart. Then we got a golf ball, another golf ball. I've been wondering why this was so heavy. This is a golf club head. They're big on golf, I guess. And this looks like a, oopsies, a shell. Like maybe a mussel.
Clam, I need to see you in the principal's office. Clam, please report to the principal's office.
There's like a fork in here or something. This is like a little pig thing. This is actually a lot of cool stuff. Well, not really cool, just weird. I will 100% wear this chain. Unless I will definitely wash it thoroughly, but yeah. And finally, a fork made into a key. Okay. Then lastly, the water we ordered. Yeah, so there's everything. All right, now we know. Definitely not.
Now, here's why I like this. Because I've had a couple of friends order things off the dark web. Usually, they'll tell me of the drugs at one point. Typically, if you order anything, you're gonna get a bunch of stuff with it. People love to do boxes. That's right, boxes of random items. As long as you provide the initial thing that you're selling, it's usually okay. If you do a mystery box on the dark web, a lot of people lie about them, but you can order those, and they are usually a bunch of creepy stuff that is meant to look like a murder just to scare you. It's normally a prank. I find this one very funny simply because I've had a couple of friends order water and they got a box of water. They just pour it in the box and line it with duct tape or foil. It seems that's what happened here. How it gets through USPS, I have no fucking idea. It is wild to me. But what I found funny is it's kind of like this ongoing prank where you sell the water and then you just pour the water directly in the box. I don't know why this is hilarious. I don't know why I find it funny. But it's like you didn't get the bottle because you didn't order the bottle. You ordered the water. And it's so stupid. Now, I do have a fun fact to share with you. You can mail a potato. Did you know that? You can put a stamp on a potato, and as long as it sticks on it, you could just mail that through UPS. Now, I did mail a potato to my friend Holly, and she mailed one back. I got the potato way too long after it actually arrived in my mailbox. So when I opened the mailbox, it had a lot of roots growing out of it, and it stunk. So if you do mail a potato, make sure the other person knows. Check it right away. Like give it 2 or 3 days and then check your mail. Don't just wait like a long time and let the potato sit in the mailbox in the sun. Don't do that. Okay. I don't know why he's wearing a mask, but it's funny, I think.
Not just water, but there was water in it. So let me know what I should do with this stuff.
There you go.
Okay, I'm kind of in a rush here. I got a match.
So this is the update. He does have a match that he's got to go to at NXT. It did occur to me that he wore those boots to a photo shoot. So the GPS tracker that is in them definitely went into the WWE Performance Center. And I wonder what Shawn Michaels thinks about that.
I'm packing for. But for those of you that don't know, I bought some shoes off the dark web. And last night I figured out that the heel on one of them was hollow. And it had this in it. Here's what I know. That chip is called an A9G. Here's a GPS. And that is a cellular antenna. It also, importantly, has a SIM card. I searched the other boot and the inside of the VHS. I also searched all through the box and the bubble wrap. And the lights that were blinking on the chip when I opened it up mean that it was connected to cellular and had a GPS signal, but it stopped blinking.
Heads up, for those of you who don't know, he is a wrestler. He was in the show Legends and Future Greats. He is a new wrestler, newly signed to the WWE. He lives in Florida near the Performance Center. He fights for a living. He has black eyes all the time. His tooth is currently out, but he does have a fake tooth. He lost in a fight. And by that I mean a wrestling match. So yeah, that's why he's toothless and has a black eye. I once was toothless with a black eye. So, be nice to this guy. We've all been there.
Like 5 minutes after I made the video, and I haven't seen it blink since. So I'm not sure if it can be like remotely shut off, or it just died, or if it has like a power saving mode. I don't know. I'm really not sure how that's working, but it was definitely flashing when I found it. I'm gonna check out the SIM card or order a burner phone to like put the SIM card into to try to see what network it is. I also might be able to actually connect to the chip and see what code it was running. I'm cautious to like cut the power to the thing or put it in a Faraday cage because I don't want whoever's monitoring it, if there is someone monitoring it, to like see that the signal's lost. But yeah, I've been really busy with wrestling the past couple of days, and I'm gonna be for like 2 more days. So I'm hoping tomorrow at the very least I'll be able to make a video analyzing the whole VHS tape situation. So see you soon.
Using witness statements and reports from the time, the Sun has pieced together a plausible.
Goddamn computer, mind of its fucking own. Anyway, he's Thunderkeck, Keck, on Twitter, but also Shiloh Hill, and same on YouTube. I put a link in the chat. Okay, if you want to go see the whole thing that was on his VHS channel. Also, this situation right here with Madeline McCann and Christian Bruckner, we've been talking about, but again, keeps entering the wrong orbits. That episode is not for a few days, so we'll hold on that. Now we're going to watch AJ, and I am going to put it on slightly faster mode because I do have to go to the store before it closes. But I want to see these opening R's. I want to watch it with you. Now, remember, last time Yannetti, or I should say closing, sorry. Last time Yannetti and Jackson, fantastic speeches. The opening statement was just as good as the closer. I will never forget Yannetti's. I really wish, he made you wetty, right? That was nice what he did. That was real fucking nice. It was I've said it before. It was Matthew McConaughey in A Time to Kill. He was like, what if that girl was white? Like, it was very hot. It was a very hot speech. AJ popping in with all kinds of pizzazz and sass. He reminded me of Lucille from Arrested Development when it's like, it's not even a compliment or what do you call it? Backwards compliment or whatever, backhanded compliment. It was just insults, but hilarious. He's very good at speeches. He's the speechman. I thought Yannetti was the speechman. Turns out both speechmen. I knew Alan can get a bit feisty. If you had the big bulldog walking and the chihuahua going, come on, but like I felt like Alan was like the chihuahua, the bulldog, the fucking whatever, the hyper one, whatever that is. The one that fucking humps everything and it's like, chill. But like, it's going to get what it wants. That's Alan. Yannetti's like, you're a good boy. You're all good boys. Listen to me while I explain why you're a good boy. Pound, pound, pound. This is egregious. And so I love them both. I got to the point where he rips on Blue Arm and I stopped it because I scrimped in the car the way I scrimped. Almost damn near hit another vehicle. I was like, oh, I swerved. Okay. I did a swerve. Yannetti is a smooth operator. He's like Penta El Cielo Miero. He is perfect. AJ is also perfect. Holy shit. Holy shit. So good. So good. Pounding. Just boom, boom. Like when Hank pounds on a desk, it's like you're throwing a fit and you look like a little bitch. Okay. When Yannetti does it, it's like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you, puppy. I did see a lot of banter also. People arguing today on Twitter saying, well, if she gets, I saw that we're not going to go through all the sentencing documents. Let's just say they added more. Here's more ways she can be guilty, and then we'll bury the not guilty like last time. I think the jury's pretty smart. I found this fascinating. There was an argument going on about, well, if Karen gets an OUI, she gets out of everything. She doesn't have to go to prison. She doesn't have to go to jail. Everything's great. Nope. I don't know who's spreading that. We went over this in the policies and procedures, and we didn't even know. And the whole reason is because I didn't know what the fucking OUI was. I was like, the over-under in here? Like, what does this mean? We don't have that in Texas. In Texas, we have DWIs and DUIs. You get a DUI or a DWI. That's it. Driving while intoxicated and driving under the influence. I've never heard of this OUI. I'm like, why are we doing a we? Who's getting a we? It made no sense. So when people were saying if she just gets an OUI or something, she's going to be fine and free. That's no. We went over this. The exact policy. Actually, I pulled it up here. I'll read you what I mean, because I think people are thinking of it wrong. I don't understand. I mean, I don't understand why they're saying that. People are saying there's a statute of limitations. Listen, there isn't a statute of limitations that prevents prosecution for OUI after a certain period, meaning you can be charged with OUI years after the incident. Years after the incident. These are state laws. Okay? You can read them at the Massachusetts. You go to mass.gov info/details alcohol and drug suspensions for over 21 years of age. And you can see the procedures and the policies. And we went over this. It was an 8-hour live. I will never forget it. That was my Normandy. I was storming the beach. Okay. This beach was storming some shit that night. All right. The actual law does say that she can be prosecuted. Okay. So it's not an, oh, let's hope for an OUI. She'll be fine. Nope. No. Let's not hope for one, because she can go to prison or jail for up to, 2 years? Okay. Let's see what it says exactly. Hold on. Please hold. All right. They can. So also, she took the blood test, right, while she was in jail, so they can apply that. So had she refused that to an officer while being stopped, that would be a totally different issue. Now, because this is a trial with that lesser, right, then you can apply the blood alcohol. So that's what sucks here. But here's the thing. Number of prior OUIs for drivers over the age of 21. If the answer is no, so if Karen has never had an OUI before, she's never been pulled over for driving drunk and convicted, then she will have her license suspended for 180 days should she have refused a chemical test. So then it drops down to, let's keep going. Okay, here it is. Now, since she didn't technically refuse it, I'm pretty sure she's fine. We have, here it is. I had it highlighted. Here we go. The RMV will suspend or revoke your driver's license or the right to operate after receiving notification from a court of a conviction for OUI of alcohol or drugs. Okay. We don't need to worry about multiples because it seems like she just has the one. Okay. So there's that. So a lot of people were saying charging. Well, first of all, they can charge you whenever they want. There is no statute, but also in this case, okay, she doesn't have a prior, but she can still get her license revoked. So that is a possibility. Now, if she is suspended, Okay. And it's her first offense. It's going to be suspended for 1 year. The reinstatement requirements would be court-assigned alcohol education program, and they could shorten that if they want, but she doesn't have to get an IID, which is an interlock device that she blow like, and then you can go, right? You also have, let me pull this down. I think it's 2 or 2.5 years. Here we go. And there's no drugs in that conviction. Sorry. I want to get you the exact information because it's actually kind of complicated. There's like a whole list of like, but if you're the firstborn and the middle child, like shit like that. Okay. So I believe it. Here it is. It's up to 2 to 2.5 years potential. What is it? And okay, misdemeanor. Okay, the 6-year statute of limitations typically applies to misdemeanor OUI offenses. So if they were to try to enact a local statute of limitations, which depends on the county, apparently, which is what's weird to me, then it would be 6 years. But you also have to basically get a judge or whoever that the arraignment to be like, yep, we're going to push for that. So it's very interesting to me because it seems like they could try to force the max on her, which is what I think Beverly's going to try to do. But here's the thing. Yes, she lost her license for 2.5 years, but they're saying post-conviction. So it really kind of depends on the judge, right? So we're going to depend on Beverly for that. My question is, do you really think that Beverly would allow her to apply time served or that sort of situation? Because yes, we understand what's correct or what should be, but what is Beverly going to allow? That's what bothers me. Okay. So when we leave it up to her, that freaks me the fuck out. With that said, where is the... Okay. So a felony OUI would be a third or subsequent offense. She doesn't have to worry about that specifically, right? If the charges are already filed, the OUI charges have already been filed. The statute of limitations no longer applies to those specific charges, even if you were not present in the state. Now, here's the issue. Them putting that in the lesser knowns, what does that mean for that? That, like, could she... I don't understand that part. I don't think it applies. What's interesting is everything seems to be, if it's like, it says statute of limitations can be complex, but there are nuances depending on the specific circumstances of the case, as in if it is a lesser known. It's very, very confusing. Yeah, and they took her phone without the warrant, and they didn't get a warrant for the password. They just watched her, which I feel like it should have been like, no, okay, throw it out. We're not going to prosecute. So I think that we're in a situation where possibly it could still come down to Beverly wanting to put the harshest penalty on her. And that's why I specifically think that she shouldn't have any fucking charges. Like, they need to find her not guilty on everything. I don't think she should settle for anything. Because even if it's the bare minimum, the least painful thing they could give her, they're going to make it hurt worse by giving her the maximum punishment. That's what I'm scared of, because it's Bev. And also because Bev will be pissed off she didn't get charged with murder. Bev wants a win. So it could be one of those situations where it's like, yeah, it was a vape in a Russian prison. Or now she's in a Russian prison for a vape, but it's just a vape, like why? And then Russia's like 10 years, fuck her, like to make a point. I don't know. With that said, let's not hope, depending on her medication. Yeah, let's not hope that Karen gets the least painful. Let's hope she gets out of all of it. Because this shit, yeah, Bev wants blood. It freaks me out that people are like, oh, that'll be cool. It's like, no, it won't. Like, why are we cool with that now? No. Ugh. Anyway, with that said, let's go ahead and watch this shit. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what Alan has to say. I am putting it at 1.25 because I think he sounds funny that way. Here we go. Also, put in the chat what your favorite part was. Spoil it for me. Is there a part I need to look forward to? What happens?
There was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision. I want to take a minute to start off with thanking you. I want to thank you for your attention. I want to thank you for your patience. I want to thank you for your diligence. This is not an easy undertaking. Most of all, I want to thank you for your courage, because courage is what this moment demands. Not just to listen, but to stare directly at injustice and say, not here, not now, not on our watch. That's what you're being asked to do. Stare down injustice. I want to start with a simple truth. You folks, not us, nobody else in the courtroom, you folks are the last line of defense. The last line of defense between an innocent woman and a system that has tried to break her, that falsely accused her, that tried mightily to bury the truth. This case was corrupted from the start. It was corrupted by biases and conflicts and personal loyalties that you heard about. And most fatally, it was corrupted by a lead investigator whose misconduct infected every single part of this case from the top to the bottom. In our opening comments to you a few weeks ago, we told you what to watch for. We warned you what to watch for. We begged you what to watch for. Watch for the physical evidence. Pay attention to the medical facts. Pay attention to the science and the physics. But also pay attention to the integrity, the very essence, the integrity of the investigation. But you also saw something during the course of the trial that none of us might have expected, something that should sadden us, something that maybe would anger us. On full display, you saw the lengths to which some police officers will go to protect their own at the expense of the rest of us, at the expense of Karen Reed, an innocent woman. Before we examine the evidence in the case, which we will do, we need to understand the very foundation of the entire system of justice in which we operate. It's the bedrock on which this entire system is built. Reasonable doubt. This isn't just a technicality, and it's not a slogan. It's a constitutional shield that protects the innocent and prevents the government from punishing without proof.
Yo, this right here, that's such a good, like, come on, zoom in a little more right there. Wait, let's watch the slow as it goes in. Watch all three of them as it zooms in.
It's the bedrock on which this entire system is built. Reasonable doubt.
Dude, have you ever been with your homies and someone's telling you a story and you and your homies are like, and you're all just fucking honed in on the homie? Or like when there's that one teacher who's a fucking prick, right? They're a fucking prick. And the whole school year, they're making everyone's life hell, or coach. And then that one kid in class, usually the one who has a list of all the other kids he doesn't like, usually the one that wears a trench coat, that kid, he stands up and he just gives a speech. And he's like, I may be a child, but I have constitutional rights. God damn it. And you're in the middle of Espanol and you're just like, oh, Kyle? That's how they're looking at AJ. That's a dope look, dude. I want that on a poster. Fuck yeah.
This isn't just a technicality, and it's not a slogan. It's a constitutional shield that protects the innocent and prevents the government from punishing without proof. The Commonwealth has the high burden to prove every single element of every single charge beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty.
I've been called that by friends and ex-boyfriends, a high burden. I feel you, Karen. Turns out we could all be Karen.
I said those powerful words are not just some legal jargon. They're your mandate, they're your obligation, they're your community's protection against injustice. In our system of justice, Karen Reed sits here today, presumed innocent, cloaked in the presumption of innocence. That presumption is not fragile. It doesn't just disappear because there's a charge or a badge or a theory. That presumption stands firm unless and until the Commonwealth clears that high bar, the highest bar the law provides, proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. That means at the end of this case, at the end of the trial, you think about one or more of the charges, you think, you know what, maybe that's true. It might be true. Then you vote not guilty. If you think it's possibly true or probably true, your vote must be not guilty. If someone among you thinks it's likely true or even very likely to be true, your vote is not guilty. It's because none of those standards, maybe, might be, possibly, probably, likely, very likely, none of those meets the extraordinary burden of beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. A moral certainty means a level of confidence so strong, so incredibly unshakable, that you could go home, you would go home, look your loved ones in the eye and say, I am certain. Not probably, not likely. I'm morally certain, and my certainty remains unshakable. The law defines moral certainty as the highest level of certainty known in all human affairs. Think about that. You must be that certain about the entirety, not part of, the entirety of the Commonwealth's case. As we discuss this case, you'll see that the Commonwealth comes nowhere near, nowhere close to reaching that extreme burden of proof. Ladies and gentlemen, on January 28th, 2022, it was a Friday night. John O'Keefe and Karen Reed made plans to meet up with friends, go out for drinks. You saw through video evidence and eyewitnesses that they were affectionate, they were loving, they were in good spirits throughout that evening. They started off at C.F. McCarthy's, which you've heard about, eventually made their way over to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. When they got there, the Albert family, they were already there, and they were already drinking. The Albert family, it's been established as a very well-known family in Canton. They've got quite the reputation. Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, longtime Boston police officer. His wife, Nicole Albert, was there. She was with him. His brother, Chris Albert, who was a Canton board selectman, he was there. His wife, Julie Albert, their daughter, Caitlin, and his sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, whom you met.
I like how he points out a board selectman. That's what I mean by he slides in that Lucille, that the financier, Jeffrey Epstein, the financier. You feel me?
Met. And her husband, Matthew McCabe, whom you did not meet. They were all there drinking before John and before Karen ever arrived. But also present at the Waterfall that night was Brian Albert's friend, Brian Higgins. We know that he had a romantic design on Karen. That becomes an incredibly important fact as we discuss the facts of this case. As the bar was closing around midnight, the Alberts invited everybody back to their house. They wanted to keep the night going. But the evidence revealed something interesting, that the invitation to John O'Keefe appears to have been for a different reason, an alternate reason. Think about the video of Brian Higgins and what Michael Proctor in his investigation completely and utterly ignored. Higgins was agitated after a day of drinking, agitated that it was John and not Karen, John with Karen, not him. Recall that ominous text that he sent to Karen with her and John standing just feet away. Well, he got no response. And then we see this. That's what Brian Higgins was confronted with following his well text. What of all
Biffle, I would argue that if she hadn't kissed gay Jeff, we wouldn't be here. You know, maybe it was gay Jeff all along. Have you guys ever thought of that? The way I kissed gay Jeff. So gay Jeff taught you that this was normal. Gay Jeff assimilated you into this kissing that you kids are doing up there. If gay Jeff wasn't moving such fine product, would they all have been so fucked up that night? Also true. Hey, congrats to baby James and JFK. I throw a too sweet to you, my brothers, our dear friends. Started off enemies, now we're friends. Remember them? Yeah, they made it into the trial. You can't tell me that the defense didn't get that theory from them. They got that theory from them. Congrats to those dudes. Fucking honed in, dude. I mean, I get it. They're like sitting there like, we know this type of motherfucker. We know this guy. We know this guy. I mean, come on. Playing with the emotions of immature men. You know what? I'm not going to lie with you. Yeah, she was, but maybe they should have been mature about it. Especially if they're going to wear badges, right? Maybe they should have got trained better. In that case, I would blame the Commonwealth. Should have trained the bitch out of him before he gave him a gun, right?
All things starts going through Brian Higgins' mind. Where does his mind go? What is he thinking about after seeing this, after witnessing this? He shows you. And if Michael Proctor had been the least bit interested, this video would have shown him too. Take a look. Sparring, practicing, fighting techniques. Where was Brian Higgins' mind? What was he thinking about?
He was thinking about Marcus and Fredrickson in the dryer. He just saw the video and he was like, hey, check this out.
And then what happens? Before you look at the next video, think about what you're going to see. This next video is after he sees John kiss Karen on the forehead, after he sends that aggressive text to Karen with her standing just feet away. Watch closely, and this is what you're going to see. This is what Michael Proctor and his investigation completely ignored. Higgins is very clearly upset. He's agitated. Chris Albert tries to control him, tries to talk to him, calm him down perhaps. Chris forcefully grabs Higgins' arm. You'll see that in the video that you're about to watch. It appears that Chris is trying to calm him down from something. Brian Albert's standing right there with the other two men, but Brian Higgins is having none of it. He appears to be hyper-focused on one person and one person only, John O'Keefe. In an instant, Higgins angrily jerks his arm away from Chris. Higgins rubs his brow, and he directly gestures at John, a gesture that looks a lot like, let's step outside. Let's go outside. But John looks at him, takes a swig of beer, completely ignores him. Take a look. Michael Proctor, the lead investigator in this case, had all this footage, but he did nothing. He had access to the exact same thing that you saw. Why did he do nothing? A few minutes later, Higgins then texts John directly. You coming here? 3 question marks. It's now 12:20 a.m. These guys are not good friends. They barely spoke or even acknowledged each other when they walked into the bar together, other than a quick greeting. So why was Higgins coaxing John over to 34 Fairview? You coming here after this? And why not text Karen? Because at that moment, he wasn't interested in Karen. He was interested in John O'Keefe. This is about 5 minutes before John gets out of the SUV and walks toward the house. About 5 minutes before Karen sees him alive for the last time. So what happened inside that house, or that basement, or that garage? What evidence was there for the investigators to look into? What did they ignore? Laceration over John's right eyelid, black eyes, a large dog at the home, an obvious dog bite on John O'Keefe's right arm, a head injury from falling backward onto a hard surface, alleged surface, a text from Higgins, one of the last people to ever communicate with John O'Keefe. You coming here? Those words now echo in the wake of John's death. But Michael Proctor, he didn't listen. When John didn't come back outside, Karen, very oblivious to what had happened, thinking she was just left alone in the car out in the cold in the middle of the night, she got frustrated and she drove home. She arrived back at home and her Wi-Fi connected to her phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m. It's an important time, 12:36 a.m. She left John.
I gotta say something. Biffle, you're fucking killing me tonight, dude. I had to. Also, you got glazed by a gay drifter, a glare drifter. Oh, Jesus. We don't need the smoke. Biffle's killing me tonight because literally, dude, get out of my head. The first time I saw that video in full, I literally was like, He's mounting them. He's mounting him. Look at him. Do you remember that episode of It's Always Sunny? When he goes, she's mashing them. And it's the cricket. She's grabbing that dude's crotch at Thanksgiving. Like the whole time. The whole time, he's mounting his homies. And I'm like, how is this normal fucking behavior? Also, Mary, great fucking point. AJ's my grandmother right now. He is slipping and sliding in all these little random like, and by the way, I hate your fucking eyebrows. Anyway, like it is so fun. And then let's go back a little, because when he's showing this still, hold on, let me pull it up here. He keeps that on there on the screen over a minute. What is the one thing that Beverly hates the most? Looking at pictures, having to arch her crane, having to take her crane neck and fucking adjust it, having to move her head really upsets her. She thought that this job was just staring at the wall. She had no idea. Like those dudes who raw dog flights now. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's a whole trend. It's guys who sit on flights like Putty from Seinfeld and they just stare ahead at the seat. They don't read. They don't watch TV. They don't fucking talk. They literally call it raw dogging the flight. Beverly Cannoni got this job because that bitch thought she could raw dog a flight. She knew she could. She's done it before. She had no idea she had to pay attention and put her alcoholism to the side. Okay? The fact that AJ paused it on any picture for an extended period of time was a big fuck you to Bev. And I love that. It was subtle, but it was enjoyable. Here's another thing that I noticed. When he's telling this story and this is up there and he pauses it right fucking there, this is a younger jury, right? That's what they said. This part alone, I bet you $1 million, half of them were like, oh, fuck, dude. What the fuck? And they're done. Nah, fuck that. That's weird. That's weird. It's fascinating that AJ managed to slip that in and then throw the garage in there. He brought up every weakness, but he did callbacks to some of the best parts. In stand-up comedy, a perfect set is when you open strong, peak in the middle, do a little downturn of the roller coaster, double peak, second peak up here, boom, slide it home. Okay? As you're going down, you're having memories, PTSD, flashbacks to how scared I was earlier. Imagine that fear is jokes. You're going back to callback, wrap it up in a nice bow, boom, go home, fuck your wife. End of set. It's like AJ watched like a Jim Jeffries set or like a really classic Pryor one, like lots of insults. Like he's taking you there. Oh, pause. This dude's trying to fuck this dude in the ass and he's got, okay, back down. Okay. Like also it's kind of a tribute to Gay Pride Month, which I love. So he's shouting out to that. He's also embarrassing them. He's also upsetting Bev because now she has to look at a picture for a while. Okay. And she hates that. She hates to process imagery with her brain. Then he's doing callback, garage, callback, garage, callback this, callback that, callback the other. Like he's just boom, 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 boom. This is fantastic. Here's another thing, people. I'm going to quote you something that AJ said. Okay, I'm going to quote you something that AJ said. And I love this because Coffin Doffer, of all people, Coffin Slopper, yeah, Coffin Tosser, she fucking uses this all the time. She tried to use it on Twitter the other day, thought it was hilarious. Sorry, I have a Kalachi, actually. She said, let's not forget what the defense's bioengineer crash reconstructionist said in the first trial. It is critical to understand Rentschler has no idea what happened based on his calculations, because his calculations are based on his speculation. As Rentschler said, there are numerous possibilities. She gives a clip credit to Rutro Jams or Rams or Jams or something. All right. As Rentschler said, there are numerous possibilities. Jen Coffendorfer uses that to explain. Now, here's what I found funny. Hank said the same thing. And she quoted Hank in a prior tweet. And that quote was, there are numerous possibilities, as Rentschler said. And then I went back and I watched it and I said, that's not possible, is it? And guess what Hank said? Hank said there are numerous possibilities, as he said himself, there are numerous possibilities. Oh, I'm fucking sorry. Wait a minute. What does numerous possibilities mean? Anybody? Anyone in the chat? What does numerous possibility? No, not fuck Jen and fuck Hank. I'm so glad they said that. I'm so happy they pointed that out. Good on them. Finally, they made an astute observation. Why is that important? That the fucking prosecutor said on record, even Rentschler agrees with me. There's numerous possible. Thank you, Laura. Thank you. Thank you, HIPAA. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Paul. Reasonable doubt. You have a prosecutor on fucking record. This kolache is delicious. On fucking record. You have a prosecutor. You have goddamn coffin slopper from the fucking fake ass FBI. I don't believe she worked there. I don't believe she worked there. She's not very smart. This dumb bitch thought it was a trial of John O'Keefe. Reasonable doubt. I didn't even chew. Reasonable doubt, Haynes. Reasonable doubt, Bubsy. Reasonable doubt, Angela. Anything is possible. Oh, really? Then why the fuck are we here? Why the fuck are we here? Why the fuck are we here? Oh, it could have been anything? Well, then why are you blaming her? No Doubt was a great band. It's a great band. In the spider webs. Why did it just pop in my head? Concrete jungle, wet dream tomato. Anyway, yeah, there. Like, you have a prosecutor on record saying it could be fucking anything. He said it as his defense. Bitch, that's reasonable doubt. Why are we fucking here? Oh, Jennifer Sloppentwater. Guess what? You just described reasonable doubt, bitch. Why are we here? Why are we here? Also, I mean that in a greater way, like the universe. Why are we here? Who's God? Anyway, just think about that. Put your thoughts in the chat.
A gesture that looks a lot like, let's step outside. Let's go outside. But John looks at him, takes a swig of beer, completely ignores him. Take a look.
I'm not ready to be done. Who the fuck touches their friends this much? If my friends touched me this much, I would be like, stop fucking touching me so much. Like, don't touch me. Sometimes my dad will go in for a hug and I'm like, I dodge it. Like, what are we doing? Why are all these dudes touching on each other? This is why, well, also I'm allergic is why I don't drink, but also this is why I don't fight it. This is why I don't take the Benadryl and power through, because who the fuck, I don't want to be touched. I don't like being talked close to. I hate that. I have a friend, God bless her. I'm not going to name her. She's one of my best friends. Known her for a long time. Love her to death. But God damn it, Cassie, I said her name. If she gets this close and she whispers in my face when she's drunk, and I'm like, don't do that. Like, why? Like, I'm right here. You don't have to get so close. And if you step back, she'll go towards you. And at some point, you're bending backwards. She's on top of you. Ah, stop, Cassie. Like, it's like, Why do people get drunk and need to get that fucking close? But also, why are these dudes touching on each other so much? Like, stop grabbing each other's arms. Stop. What was it Matt McCabe said? We're just playing a little grab ass. Okay, well, don't, dude. It's fucking weird. And that's why your wife is looking elsewhere, brother. Like, quit fucking doing that. God damn, dude. God damn. It is personal space violation. And also, don't make out in front of me. That's another thing. PDA bothers me. So, like, even I don't even care. Like, let's say you guys want to touch because you're about to go in for the kiss. Like, yeah, I kind of want to see that, but like just once. Like, I don't need to see a lot. Like, why do people like make out in public and get all on top of each other? Like, all of it. It's fucking weird. And at some point, everyone's like, look at how Karen's acting towards John. They're lovey. I'm like, I know I'm uncomfortable. Everyone stop touching each other. Like, it's fucking weird. I don't get it. I'm sorry.
Michael Proctor, the lead investigator in this case, had all this footage, but he did nothing. He had access to the exact same thing that you saw. Why did he do nothing? A few minutes later, Higgins then texts John directly. You coming here? 3 question marks. It's now 12:20 a.m. These guys are not good friends. They barely spoke or even acknowledged each other when they walked into the bar together, other than a quick greeting. So why was Higgins coaxing John over to 34 Fairview? You coming here after this? And why not text Karen? Because at that moment, he wasn't interested in Karen. He was interested in John O'Keefe. This is about 5 minutes before John gets out of the SUV and walks toward the house. About 5 minutes before Karen sees him alive for the last time.
Okay, again, I find it kind of funny. And I know he doesn't mean it this way, but like, I guarantee you if I played this for my neighbor or my boyfriend, and I was like, just listen to this statement and try to guess what the crime was. Like, try to guess what happened. If they didn't know anything about it, because I talk about it all the time, but if they didn't know it, they'd be like, are these dudes trying to fuck? Because the way Alec, first of all, he paused on that, right? And then he's like, he wasn't texting Karen. He was texting John. Like, it's like, okay. He's like, because he wants to see John. And at this point, like, if I didn't know anything about this case, I'm like, are they going to fuck? Like, it's so fucking wild how much they focus. Like, he really is. I love you, Alan. It's just, it's very funny to me. Like, it does sound like they're either going to fuck or fight. That's what it sounds like. And that's what it looks like now. I did not see it going this way. I didn't mean to say Nazi, but you know what I mean? Like, I did not expect it to go this route. I love a good surprise. I love a good surprise. Thanks, Alan.
So what happened inside that house or that basement or that garage?
True.
What evidence was there for the investigators to look into? What did they ignore? Laceration over John's right eyelid, black eyes, a large dog at the home, an obvious dog bite on John O'Keefe's right arm, a head injury from falling backward onto a hard surface, alleged surface, a text from Higgins.
Hard surf. I'm so sorry. You know what? I need a moment.
One of the last people to ever communicate with John O'Keefe. You coming here? Those words now echo in the wake of John's death. But Michael Proctor, he didn't listen. When John didn't come back outside, Karen, very oblivious to what had happened, thinking she was just left alone in the car out in the cold in the middle of the night, she got frustrated and she drove.
I'm sorry. Was that a fucking shout out? Shout out to you, AJ. Shout out to you. Heard, brother.
Home. She arrived back at home and her Wi-Fi connected to John's, her phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m. It's an important time, 12:36 a.m. She left John voicemail after voicemail after voicemail. He was unresponsive. He didn't pick up a single call. He didn't respond to a single text. The longer
Judge Archibald. Yes, I did in the beginning, but also, hon, turn around. I'm right behind you. I'm just kidding. I'm so sorry.
he didn't respond, the more upset she got.
Also, hello.
Her voicemails reflect that frustration after the fact. That's the frustration that you hear in her angry voicemails. She uses harsh words and foul language. She's obviously upset. She's obviously irritated because he didn't come back out of the house and he wasn't responding. But Karen did not know what you know. She didn't know what the investigators should have known. She didn't know what was happening with Higgins and Albert and with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. When he didn't come home at about 5 a.m., Karen went looking for him in a panic. As you know, her worst fears were realized when she found John beaten, battered, bloody, and left in the snow in Brian Albert's front lawn. At 6 a.m., when Karen found John, you heard about the scene. It was described in detail. It was chaos. To use Mr. Brennan's word in his opening statement, it was bedlam. The screams for help by Karen, the yelling and the hollering, ambulances, emergency lights, fire engines, ladder trucks, paramedics, patrol vehicles, patrol officers, all of them swarming all over the lawn just under Brian Albert's bedroom window. And of course, as you learned during the course of this trial, Brian Albert, a sworn peace officer, a first responder trained in being a first responder, never came out of the house. Never went outside to help a fallen fellow officer who was.
Judge Archibald, you are totally fine. You are not whining. I adore you and I love you too. Also, yes, fuck fight. Urinal cakes for everyone. I have to go back because I have to do something real quick. Hold on. I just need to try something out.
Emergency lights, fire engines, ladder panic.
Wait.
As you know, her worst fears were realized when she found John beaten, battered, bloody, and left in the snow in Brian Albert's front lawn.
Okay, here we go. Oh, fuck. Sorry.
Practicing. Fighting other than a quick greeting. So why was Higgins cooked?
Where were we?
About
Right
5
here?
minutes before Karen sees him alive for the last time.
Hold on.
So what happened inside that house, or that basement, or that garage? What evidence was there for the investigators to look into? What did they ignore? Laceration over John's right eyelid, black eyes, a large dog at the home, an obvious dog bite on John O'Keefe's right arm, a head injury from falling backward onto a hard surface, alleged surface, a text from Higgins, one of the last people to ever communicate with John O'Keefe. You coming here? Those words now echo in the wake of John's death. But Michael Proctor, he didn't listen. When John didn't come back outside, Karen, very oblivious to what had happened, thinking she was just left alone in the car out in the cold in the middle of the night, she got frustrated and she drove home. She arrived back at home and her Wi-Fi connected to John's, her phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m. It's an important time, 12:36 a.m. She left John voicemail after voicemail after voicemail. He was unresponsive. He didn't pick up a single call. He didn't respond to a single text. The longer he didn't respond, the more upset she got. Her voicemails reflect that frustration after the fact. That's the frustration that you hear in her angry voicemails. She uses harsh words and foul language. She's obviously upset. She's obviously irritated because he didn't come back out of the house and he wasn't responding. But Karen did not know what you know. She didn't know what the investigators should have known. She didn't know what was happening with Higgins and Albert and with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. When he didn't come home at about 5 a.m., Karen went looking for him in a panic. As you know, her worst fears were realized when she found John beaten, battered, bloody, and left in the snow in Brian Albert's front lawn. At 6 a.m., when Karen found John, you heard about the scene. It was described in detail. It was chaos. To use Mr. Brennan's word in his opening statement, it was bedlam.
Right here. Are you ready? Are you ready? I'm so sorry. I apologize to everyone. If this doesn't get me canceled, I don't know what will. But I have to do this. This club has everything.
The screams for help by Karen, the yelling and the hollering, ambulances, emergency lights, fire engines, ladder trucks, paramedics, patrol vehicles, patrol officers, all of them swarming all over the lawn just under Brian Albert's bedroom window.
I mean, really, is it not a Stefan sketch? This club had everything. Fire engines, cop lights, Brian Albert. Like, he's so good at giving speeches.
And of course, as you learned during the course of this trial, Brian Albert, a sworn peace officer, a first responder trained in being a first responder, never came out of the house. Never went outside to help a fallen fellow officer who was laying on his own property. Never came out. And you learned through the undisputed evidence that the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, for his part, never went into the house. The Commonwealth has struggled to try to prove that John O'Keefe ended up in Brian Albert's front lawn because he was struck by a vehicle. They have failed. They cannot and they will not ever be able to prove that John was struck by a vehicle beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, because the science does not lie, the medical evidence does not lie, the physics do not lie. Their investigation was flawed from the start because their investigator was corrupted from the start by bias, personal loyalties. Folks, they cannot prove a collision. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. There was no collision. So let's start there. I want to take a minute to discuss the actual science, the actual physics, and the actual medical evidence that was presented in this case. The science, it's an old saying, is known as the silent witness. It doesn't lie, it doesn't forget, and notably, it doesn't take sides. If there was no collision, what are we doing here? In order for there to be a collision, there has to have been an impact site. The vehicle had to have struck John, period. I want to remind you of some of the most important testimony in the entire case, and it comes from the Commonwealth's own medical expert, Dr. Irini Skordabella, the Commonwealth's medical examiner, someone governed by law to make these decisions. We know that a person struck by a vehicle suffers massive trauma, broken bones, fractures, soft tissue damage, torn ligaments, contusions, soft tissue injury, severe tissue injury, crushing blows. None of that was present with John. None of it. Not anywhere on his body, including his right arm. Not one bruise. Nothing. The fact is, the injuries are not from a vehicle impact. Not his head injury, not those scratch and bite wounds. Not a single medical expert. Think about this. Not a single medical expert called by the defense or called by the Commonwealth has testified that John was hit by a car. Not one. Think about the irony. Not one. That's not just significant. It's literally the most important point in the entire trial. Listen again to Dr. Skordabello's words. Question. You did not include in your autopsy, in any fashion, any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident, did you? Answer. No, I did not. She told you, quote, I did not see any evidence of an impact site, end quote. She was talking about John's body. The Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Skordabello, performed the autopsy. She did it personally. She's the only one to have personally examined John's body, and she found no evidence of an impact site on his entire body. That in and of itself is reasonable doubt. You don't need anything more. The Commonwealth's case is done. It's cooked. Their own experts said there is no evidence of a collision, no evidence of an impact. If you want to know what an impact looks like, take a look at this. This is what a body looks like after being struck by a car at 25 miles an hour. And this is what a car looks like after hitting a person at 25 miles an hour. These are exhibits from Dr. Welcher, the Commonwealth's expert. John didn't even have a bruise. Make no mistake, Dr. Skordabello was presented with the Commonwealth's theory of the case, the same case that you've been presented with, and she refused to conclude that John's death was a homicide. She flatly refused to conclude that there was a collision. And you know who agrees with that? That silent witness, the science, the physics, the data. Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler, you just met them recently. They explained they were not initially hired by the defense. They were asked by another agency to conduct their analysis. They looked at the evidence from both sides, not taking a side for the defense or the Commonwealth, completely independent. They looked at the damage to the SUV on the one side of the coin. They looked at the injuries to John O'Keefe on the other side of the coin. Both PhDs, both engineers determined there was no collision. I'm not saying it. The science says it. That SUV's taillight was not damaged by striking an arm, and John was not struck by a 6,000-pound SUV, period, full stop. Dr. Dan Wolf did the testing on the taillight, actual testing, not some ridiculous blue paint kindergarten project. He did lab testing, he did field testing, he did data testing, actual impact force analyses. In every single test at every single speed, the taillight damage was inconsistent with striking an arm. In every test, the taillight damage was inconsistent with damaging the shirt, the sweatshirt. Remember that severe internal damage to Karen Reed's taillight. Not just the outer lens. The internal diffusers were completely smashed, completely shattered. Arca testing established that all the internal components of every single test taillight, especially the diffusers, remained completely intact. Conversely, on Karen's taillight, the diffusers were almost completely gone. Folks, understand something. If any part of that diffuser portion of the taillight was broken, there is no light. It doesn't illuminate at all. It's just black. Let's take a look at a couple of photos. At 5:07 a.m. at One Meadows, that's the photograph on the left. What do you notice about the right taillight? It's completely illuminated. Later, at 4:12 in the afternoon, photograph on the right, it's lit up. How can that be? How can that be if the Commonwealth claims that those diffusers, the portion that lights up the light, were already scattered all over 34 Fairview? That's their theory. But don't believe your lying eyes. The taillight's completely lit up. That would be impossible. Dr. Andrew Rentschler, PhD, a biomechanist, explained that at those speeds, the other side of that coin, John's arm would be basically destroyed. Contusions, swelling, torn ligaments, hyperextensions, dislocation of joints, and bones, fractured, broken, and shattered. But as you know, John's arm was pristine. Think about this. Think about that photo of those x-rays as you deliberate. You can manipulate a taillight fragment. That's not that hard. You can't manipulate a bruise. If they claim the car was going fast enough to shatter the taillight and shatter the diffusers, then it was also going fast enough to destroy and shatter John's arm, and it simply did not. How do they square that? They don't, and they can't. So they spent nearly $400,000 of taxpayer money to hire someone to dress up and look like John and paint his arm blue, which told you exactly nothing. The ARCA testing, conversely, also established that it is impossible for John's sweatshirt sleeve to be damaged by an impact with the taillight. The Commonwealth's theory is that the sleeve of John's hoodie sweatshirt was damaged by flying shards of taillight slicing through the shirt and through John's arm. I have 3 questions. Number 1, John's arm had about 36 abrasions. How did 36 shards of acrylic go through 9 tiny little puncture holes? How'd that happen? Somebody needs to answer that. Number 2, why are there no slices or cuts in the hoodie? All the defects are punctures. Punctures that you might get from, say, I don't know, canine teeth. And number 3, if the shards cut bloody gouges into John's arm, that's their theory, why is there no blood, no skin, no tissue on a single shard of taillight?
If the shards don't fit, you must acquit. Also, I think it's very interesting that, again, let's keep raw dog and coffin slopper, shall we? What was it that silly bitch said? Also, forgive me if the nodes hit, if it gets blurry here and there. It is raining again, of course. What is it she said? What is it she said? She said his DNA is on the tail. In fact, you know what? I think I have it right here. Let's go through a list of her defense. Not all of it, but her defense. Because, again, she's saying that she's quoting Brennan on a lot of this. And I found it very interesting. Like, oh, you are? And I had to go back and check on some of it. Because even then, on some of it, she quotes it wrong. And she just does a poor defense and then blames him, which is kind of hilarious. But on others, he did say it. Like, for example, the whole thing about there being essentially plenty of reasonable doubt. You know, it could be anything. Like, don't fucking say that. That's not helpful to you. And I just think it's so crazy, some of the shit she says. Where is it? Because I love proving her wrong. Like when she said the trial of John O'Keefe and said, you know, John O'Keefe is being charged with murder. And it's like, oh, he is? Oh, he is, ma'am? Oh, interesting. Because I thought it was someone else, but she said it was John O'Keefe. She's never wrong. Remember, she did the AI prompt and then said her best friend said that. And it was a guy with 25 years of experience in AI technology. It's like, oh, really? Oh, really? He's been working on AI crimes for 25 years. He's ahead of the game. Fascinating. Fascinating shit. Okay, here it is. It's right here. Her and John DePetro both trespassing, and John getting a mugshot is also one of my favorite things on earth. Yeah, as Register said, there are numerous possibilities. Well, that's fucking reasonable doubt, you dipshit. Now, here it is. She was agreeing with Plevin. Based on his research, x-rays aren't even used in this shit. Like, you don't x-ray a dead body. That would be stupid. Actually, the guy who kind of created the forensic handbook on radiograph and forensic autopsies, he's from San Antonio. He's a pretty famous guy, and he wrote a whole book on it. The X-ray examination of corpses is the most useful tool in the field of medical legal diagnosis. Fascinating. That's on page 1. That's the intro. Isn't that interesting? I knew those school books would come in handy. Having to prove some bitch wrong who lies about being in the FBI. allegedly. She doesn't even say allegedly anymore, by the way. So that's really fun. One of the things that she said was that they did know x-rays. I found that fascinating because they did. We saw them. Then when people called her on it, she said, but they didn't x-ray his arm. They did. We saw it. We saw it. Not the right arm. No, it was that we saw it. The other big contention she had was obviously Karen hit John O'Keefe with her car. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the blood on the taillight fragments. She said that there was blood on the taillight fragments. And not only that, she said that they tested that blood and it's John's. That's not true. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. They didn't find John's DNA on those taillight fragments. And what's interesting is that this is something that I hear a lot of people say. And I'm telling you right now, that is one of the most confounding parts of this case. That is one of the most shocking things to find out when you hear a simple breakdown of this case. Not even all the added shit, just the most basic shit. Well, I mean, did they check the taillights for blood? That obviously would cause the scratch marks. And what I find perplexing is the people who believe that Karen did it and her SUV did that to John's arm, the people who really believe that shit, like really believe it, are the same people who will ask you why there was no dog DNA found. There was no John DNA found on the taillight either. So, same question to you. It's really fascinating. Yeah, she said we have KR mowing him down on ring cam. She said that because Michael Morrissey sent an email saying, don't worry, we got a bitch who will do that. Yeah, there was pig DNA, which to me sounds like a pork chew. I'm not going to do the obvious cop joke, but it sounds like a pork chew. I also think it's really, really fascinating that not a drop of John's DNA was on any of Karen's shit, like at all. But Jen wants you to believe that one hair proves it. One hair proves it. If that were true, if one hair being found on a body were true, then you would have to believe that Kelsey German did that shit to her sister. And if you do, you're a psycho. Get the fuck out of here. You do not belong here. You're an idiot. And I very rarely say you're an idiot if you believe XYZ, but you are an idiot if you think that little girl killed her sister and her sister's friend. That is so fucking stupid, and you need to get mental health help, like, immediately. If one hair proved a murder for all these fucking cases where it was a family member, it was a friend, it was someone who lived with them, it would make no fucking sense. Because here's the thing, John was just in her vehicle. That was her boyfriend. His hair could be anywhere on that fucking car, and it wouldn't shock me. What would shock me is if it was on the taillight piece, stuck to some blood. Then I'd go, she probably hit him. Holy shit, dude. Wow.
Claim in contact with John's arm. The Commonwealth cannot answer a single one of those questions because John's arm was not impacted by the taillight. It doesn't make sense simply because it didn't happen. Compare and contrast the ARCA experts and their actual testing to Judd Welcher. He came to you in the Commonwealth's case in chief, and he told you that for the better part of $500,000, he'd come in and testify that John was tall enough to touch the taillight with his elbow. That's it. And even in that basic demonstration, he had to lean in to manipulate it to get the results that he wanted. Dr. Welcher then claimed the reason he didn't do the reconstruction, the actual testing, think about what he said. There isn't enough evidence to determine what happened. I beg your pardon? There isn't enough evidence, in his words. You vote not guilty. That's what happens. That's out of his mouth, not mine. The Commonwealth also used the same company Aperture to try to establish a time of a collision that never occurred. The Commonwealth called Shannon Burgess, the supposed expert from Aperture. There is a cardinal sin for experts, folks, a cardinal sin. It's called confirmation bias. It's when you decide to change your opinion to fit a theory. The most important takeaway from Shannon Burgess' testimony was how brazen, how shameless he was in trying to change the data to try to suit the Commonwealth. Remember Mr. Brennan's opening statement. He made some promises to you. He said, this case is about the data. He stressed it over and over again. They've had 3.5 years to get this right. The Commonwealth has had this case for 3.5 years to get it right. So his top expert, Dr. Welch, prepares a report. And that report says that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's SUV at 12:31:38.
Let me pose a different theory to you, because this is actually in a specific case that we looked at in one of my crime scene investigation classes. It had to do with forensic collection, how you have to be careful. In the double glove theory, put 2 gloves on. That way you can take the first one off, you still have the second one on, and those are clean beneath it, right? Not a kid, he was an adult, but he posed the theory in our message board about this one case, about a situation. And then we were like, when would that ever happen? Kind of like when I told you guys we should do butthole prints. Remember that? How the FBI, everyone's butthole skin is unique. So stupid. Anyway, hello, beach girl. He is starting to look like the Lorax. That's fun. So when you think about it, what's something that a lot of guys do when they got a pee-pee? They got to pull out their schlongadong, don't they? Their little dink. They got to pull it out so they can aim it at the toilet and then somehow miss and then tell you everybody misses. It's really hard to do. Jesus Christ, you're an adult. You haven't learned yet not to piss all around the toilet. Just get in the hole. Anyway, that's how you pee if you're a guy. You stand up and you fucking pull it out. All right? You pull out your schlongadong. What happens if you got to pee and you're at a crime scene? Yes, a guy asked that once. Yep. Well, you take off your glove, and then he goes, do you have to take off the second? What? Another guy in class is like, this has actually been in a crime. Okay? Everybody was like, what? He brought up a very specific old crime from the 80s. Basically, and I say the 80s, this is important because in the cold case file, they had saved some stuff. And even though, like, you know how they compare hairs in cases? So back then, there were a lot of things that were different. Like if it was a black hair and it didn't have specific characteristics that other prior hairs on file had, they would just put mongoloid hair. There were also like different ways that you would collect things. Like, for example, 94, that's when like big DNA comes into court, but like collecting DNA was a different process back then. So back then, some guy like goes to like piss, right? Couple pubies got on the crime scene. Now that looks bad because it's a sexual assault. Now, it obviously wasn't the person collecting the evidence, but at the time, they didn't really think much of it because there was nothing to really compare it to. Okay. And that's where we're going with this tombstones. So fast forward to they're pulling all the evidence out and they go, well, there were a bunch of hairs on this. Do you see where I'm going with that? Found a little pubic. Got to go back, figure out who this guy is. Turns out he was working on the crime scene at the time. He didn't live anywhere. How'd your pube get there? Imagine having to think back through thousands of cases you've been involved in your life and go, I have no fucking clue. It's because he went and took a pee-pee. Took a piss. And he didn't swap out his glovies. I don't even know if he wore them. We were shocked. What would happen if one of those investigators ran in the house, ran down the road to take a pee-pee, zip, pube rips, transfer onto John's truck? Did that guy do it now? You know what I mean? Like, not everything can rely on one fucking hair. Now, if it's a child sex crime and it's a pube of a stranger who absolutely did not work a crime scene, and it was found on the body and it was buried, that's one thing. If it's a fiber from inside of a car where someone was transported and tied up, that could be an issue. If Rex's case relied only on one hair, that would be one thing, but he has a whole bunch of other shit. So I find it really, really, really odd that everything's going to rely on one fucking hair and we're just going to be fine with that. Mitochondrial, as Laura said, nonetheless, like that's wild to me. You have to be careful with that shit.
Note that time, 12:31:38. He was struck, he was immediately incapacitated, he was immediately unconscious. So says Judd Welcher and the Commonwealth's theory. But there was a huge, huge problem with that. And somewhere in the middle of trial, they must have realized that the very data they produced unequivocally establishes that they are wrong about a collision. It could not have happened. Why? Because John was interacting with his phone after 12:31:38. Remember, the collision immediately incapacitating. How could he be interacting with his phone afterward? He was on his phone, opening his phone, checking his phone, reading text on his phone, and locking his phone, all of it, after 12:31:38, which is the time Welcher clocked for the moment of the impact. And he was taking steps and walking with that phone after 12:31:38 also. That's what their own data showed, and it devastated their case, and it devastated that false theory. There must have been panic, I'm guessing, in the room. What do we do now? The data shows John wasn't struck by the car. What do we do? Enter Shannon Burgess. Question. Can you believe him? Can you believe Mr. Burgess? He came up with a brand new story right in the middle of trial. You might ask yourself, would an expert actually say something he knows not to be true? Would an expert actually say something he knows is not supported by fact? Would an expert shade the truth? You don't have to look any further than Shannon Burgess's CV to answer that question. That was a shame. Even with the pull and push and stretch and manipulation of the time data that Mr. Burgess came in here and told you about, it still shows that John O'Keefe was very much alive and walking around after they claimed he was hit and incapacitated. Think about that. Matt DeSogra looked at Burgess's report and told you that in 30 out of 30 scenarios of the time skews that Shannon Burgess identified, he came in the middle of trial and identified all these other time skews that he called it. In every single scenario, John was alive and walking after they said he was hit. And that's a problem for them because there was no collision. Just look at Mr. Whitten's data, Ian Whitten. John O'Keefe took 31 steps at a steady rate, about 83 feet. And then think about this. In a westerly direction, that would be right toward the house. Remember, it's 78 feet to that garage door. That's not a coincidence. The Commonwealth's witnesses, or the Commonwealth's witness,
I like this part
Ian Whitten
specifically
himself conceded.
because he says, remember, it's 78 feet. I was like, when did you say that? I don't even remember that. I don't even remember that shit from the fucking first trial. Thank you for telling me and reminding me, Alan. I like those specifics. I like that he pointed out westerly direction because that's important. For those of you who aren't aware, I think we've discussed cellular drift before, right? We've discussed, like, you know, if you have like a phone versus a what do you call it? One of those watches that tracks you for working out, Fitbit, and about towers and how there are specific technologies in your phone, especially if you have an iPhone now. Everybody says, oh, Waze is the best. No, Waze has a lot of fucking bugs, but here's one thing that's for sure. There is a basic bracket system set up for how these specific GPSs are engineered. Melissa could probably tell you the most about it. Turd, she used to fucking work in that shit. But when they say west, they mean fucking west, okay? When you are delivering like DoorDash or Uber, or some people have the app technology now set up on there. I mean, I know mine does it. I just turn it all off and the voice commands, but you can do shit where it'll tell you exactly how fast you're going. And if you're speeding, your phone will alert you through Google Maps. And I believe Waze might have that too now. That technology is not just going to centralize or pinpoint your location based on just a cell tower anymore. Like, you can get exact GPS coordinates. It's literally used when people geocache. Your phone can know exactly where you are if you have that tech set up in it or that software running in the background even. So when he says west and the phone says west, The phone's going fucking west. The drift concept comes in that he could be a little further forward or back. We know the direction, but the exact amount of steps, that would rely on a more closed technology, something like a Fitbit, like where it literally counts your steps. Now, guess what? iPhones fucking do that, and they can tell when you're ascending and descending stairs. Are there glitches? Sure. Was there bad weather? Yes. But if anything, that works to Karen's benefit because, again, reasonable doubt, right? But when he says west, he means west. And you cannot tell me that all the people who were parked behind, like, don't you think they would see a truck barreling through the fucking lawn towards him at that point? Don't you think there would be huge tire tracks going right there? It makes no fucking sense. I love that he said this. I love that he gave the direction, but he also leaves open that wiggle room because it's kind of needed in a way. Then you're dude, and you have the SOS system set up on yours, huh? That shit rules. You can also do a thing where with your Alexa and Siri where you can like pick a code word, and if you say it, they call the police. You can touch it, and then it will contact with like silence in case you are kidnapped in a trunk. There's so many different things that you can do with your phone now. But one thing that's interesting is what your phone can do for you, whether you like it or not, whether you know it or not. There's a lot of pinpointing technology that was not available in the early to mid 2000s shit, even past 2010. It is constantly evolving, and it's gotten to the point where it has biometric technology on basic ass phones. That's kind of a big deal. That's a function that, if you think about it, very few people had 5 years ago on their everyday phone. And I think that it's really cool that he's not even like he's not even going too specific. He's just letting you know he went west. That is where the fucking house is. Like, this is important shit. I think he's packing in a lot of important information in this on the tech without over explaining it or getting too difficult, which was a problem in the last trial. I think it got too complex. I'm very interested to see if he says anything about like the infotainment, or I guess the vehicle key data, the key cycling, that shit. It's honestly, you would think it would be helpful, but it's kind of pointless, especially in this weather, especially considering like just so many things that have to do with Lexus and the system and the oil change. And then the fact that Shannon lied, he said that, oh, they didn't put out any. As far as I know, there's no literature on that. Yes, there is. It's in the fucking manual, dipshit. We looked it up on this channel. He's a liar, not an expert.
That he has reason.
And I apologize on behalf of Texas for him. We did not know.
Doubts about the accuracy of John's location data. Remember that question and answer on cross-examination by Mr. Lessie. Do you have doubts? I do. Are those doubts reasonable? They are. And remember, it's still the Commonwealth's burden. If their own cell phone expert has a reasonable doubt about John's location, so should you. John O'Keefe was inside, and the phone battery temperature further proves it. This is not speculation. This is science, and it's irrefutable. It tells us that he was not laying outside in the cold. He was inside somewhere a little bit warmer. Ian Whiffen told you that when the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, think about these numbers. When the iPhone is exposed,
wrapped in the loose skin of a warmed up, clawed out Julie Nagel on Baby Brian's birthday during Baby Brian's birthday bash. I apologize. I don't know why I'm like this.
To freezing temperatures, it will drop from 81 to 21 degrees in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. That's a 60-degree drop in 15 minutes. Now look at John's phone. It was laying, according to the Commonwealth, it was laying directly on frozen ground. He arrived at 34 Fairview honest, and his phone dropped only 20 degrees over the course of an hour. Then inexplicably, it stayed steady, never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours. Never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours, basically through the entire night. He was not outside. He was someplace warmer, like a basement or a garage. Dr. Laposada confirmed that John O'Keefe did not have hypothermia. No telltale signs, no telltale Wisniewski spots, no frostbite on any extremity. He did not die of hypothermia because he wasn't outside. Dr. Isaac Wolf, Dan Wolf, Elizabeth Laposada, Judson Welcher, Andrew Winchler, all agreed. Every expert agreed. This is how John O'Keefe died. A rearward fall from a standing position. What could make you fall straight back like that? Let's just think about that for a second. What could make you fall from a standing position, as Judd Welcher just showed us, standing up, falling straight back? Add a laceration to the right eye consistent with a fist or a punch, and you've got your answer. He certainly didn't sustain that wound on the back of his head by falling backwards onto a lawn. Dr. La Posada told you that the patterned injury on the back of John's head could only be produced by hitting a hard, ridged, or ledged surface, like a concrete stair or step. What's just through that garage door? Michael Proctor never stepped down in that garage to find out. What a shame. And look at the arm. Just look at John's arm. You don't need the top experts in the country, but you had them. You don't need the top medical minds on the planet on this issue, but you had them. These are dog bites and scratches. These are animal wounds. Not one witness has been called in their trial. Not one. 8 weeks and counting. Not one witness who actually disputes that John O'Keefe's arm injuries are from a dog. The Commonwealth could not find a single medical expert, a single medical witness who would come in here and tell you those are inconsistent with a dog bite or a scratch. And it's equally clear that there was no collision. Dr. La Posada told you in probably the clearest voice in the entire trial. You remember her testimony. He didn't get hit by a car, in her words. He just didn't get hit by a car. You remember the question that was posed by Mr. Brennan. Did you consider the speed of the vehicle? And she said, speed didn't matter because he didn't get hit by a car. She repeated it 3 times because it's true, not just because she says so, but because the medical evidence proves it. The medical science proves it. There was no collision. Dr. Rinchler told you unequivocally and just as firmly he didn't get hit by a car. The Commonwealth has not met their burden. They cannot meet their burden. The Commonwealth hasn't called a single medical professional, not one, to testify that John's wounds came from being hit by a car. Not Dr. Squirty Bello, not Dr. Isaac Wolf. Contrast that with the caliber and the quality of the experts who came in here to tell you what is obvious to anyone with common sense. Those wounds on his right arm are from a dog. This was not an oversight by the Commonwealth. It's just that there is no one out there. No matter how big a check you write, there's not a medical expert who's going to disagree with that. The fact is, this is the central fact in the case. The only fact that matters is literally uncontested by every medical expert. Uncontested, undisputed. There is no evidence that John was hit by a car. None. How much more reasonable doubt could there be? This case would be over right now. Done. Because there was no collision. So given all that, how did Karen Reed end up sitting here? Why is she even here? Why is she in that chair? Why is she in this courtroom? There is a reason for that. And it's a reason they don't want to tell you, and it's a reality they don't want to admit to. The reason we're here is because the system, the very system that was meant to protect her, that was meant to protect all of us, that system has failed badly. So now let's discuss the facts that were and were not presented by the Commonwealth in this case. Over the next few minutes, I want to talk about the utter failure of the police to investigate this properly and to investigate this fully. And what you're going to see is that Michael Proctor, the lead investigator for the Commonwealth, did nothing to actually and properly investigate this case. Let's start with the house. That's the most logical place to start. I think you'd agree. Brian Albert's house, where John's body was discovered lifeless in the lawn. And a police officer is found dead on the front lawn, and no one secures the scene. No tape, no preservation of evidence, no crime scene log, no search warrants, no consent searches, no photographs of the house interior. They didn't treat the house as a crime scene, and shamefully, they didn't even treat the yard as a crime scene. The lame excuse offered by retired Lieutenant Gallagher: it was really cold and windy, and I didn't know if there was a crime that had been committed. What? You didn't know that a crime had potentially been committed? You have a man laying dead in the yard, and here are the undisputed facts that those officers were confronted with.
This is such a good speech. I'm going to go silent for a while we listen to this chunk, because this is where it gets as spicy as fuck when he says, what? What, Bobby? Like, you hear, what? Like, if that doesn't make Hank feel stupid, I don't know what does. What? Like, it really is dumb. Also, this chick's asleep. That dude's asleep. That dude's asleep. Why are you all asleep during a speech where you should be rock fucking hard? What What's going on here? I love this part. What? Also, Lame. He brought in Lame. Lame has entered the trial. Love it. Bring back 2001.
Guys. Obviously, black eyes are consistent with a fight. Bloody nose, also consistent with a fight. Bleeding from the face, consistent with a physical altercation. A cut over the right eye, consistent with a punch. No coat in the freezing cold, not dressed for outside, dressed for inside. And one shoe on. I wonder where the other shoe could be. I don't know, maybe in the house 30 feet away. And then you find a broken and shattered drinking glass next to him. The type of glass that you might find, I don't know, let me think about this, in a kitchen, in a house, 30 feet away.
Oh!
And John's phone was tucked neatly under his back shoulder. Lieutenant Gallagher actually claimed he did not know it was a potential crime.
Oh, Mia, we know. We know about that.
The neighbor across the street, Detective Lieutenant Kelleher, had a ring camera that was pointed at the exact direction where John O'Keefe would have been hit, and nobody bothered to secure it. Nobody bothered to secure it. Nobody even bothered to look.
The lieutenant didn't bother. Wow.
Look at it.
He didn't present it? That's interesting. Michael Morrissey referenced it, and so did Jen. Huh. Sounds like it didn't have on it what they thought. Huh. Hypocritical. Drink a bunch of water and take a, what is it, a BC powder? You ever had that? Or a Tylenol. Drink it, chug some fucking water right now. Chug it.
Of course, this was a potential crime scene. Of course it was. Let's not forget, this was Brian Albert's house. And that comes with privileges. Quote, is the homeowner going to catch any shit? Nope. He's a Boston cop too. End quote. That quote starts to make a little more sense now, doesn't it? Michael Proctor wrote those words just hours after John's body was found. He sent this in a private chat and a private text he never, ever believed would ever be revealed. He sent that text with messages that now belong to you. You weren't given the opportunity to hear from Michael Proctor, but you can read his thoughts for yourself. And I urge you, go read them. They're in Exhibit 209.
Love that. 209. Tell us the cheese may. Someone remember that number. You know the jury is looking at his face right fucking now, the same face we're looking at. And they're going, oh, what the fuck did he say in 209? When they read it, that's all they're going to be screaming about in the jury room. He said fucking what, dude? Also, I can't recall, but did they go over Higgins breaking and destroying his phone? Because I feel like they left that out. Maybe I missed something.
Wondering. But here are the highlights. Proctor starts the conversation. Quote, all the powers that be, one answers ASAP. He's getting pressure, obviously, to get this done. His friend then asks what Proctor's probably thinking at the time. Quote, I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops. Something stinks. And Proctor responds, yeah, to the something stinks. And then he goes on, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Think about that. Hours into this investigation, there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. She's a whacked up cunt. Yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass bitch. She's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo, zero chance she skates. She's fucked.
This club has everything. I'm so sorry.
And up to this point, Michael Proctor had done zero investigation, nothing, save talk to a grand total of 3 people, all of whom were named Albert or McCabe. That's it. And this was his mindset. This is the same lead investigator who sent the group chats that you heard about with Sergeant Pupnik. Late night, sitting at his office, rifling through Karen's phone, bragging about looking for naked pictures of her. That text wasn't sent to his buddies or his friends. That text was sent to his supervisors at the Massachusetts State Police, for God's sake. And what was their response? Sergeant Buchanan liked this conduct with a big old thumbs up. He encouraged it. Ladies and gentlemen, a lead investigator is every investigator is supposed to be objective, an objective fact finder, no bias, no agenda. Michael Proctor went far beyond just insulting Karen Reed. He dehumanized this woman. He betrayed her as a human being. He was fired for this blatant bias. If the Massachusetts State Police can't trust him, how can you trust him with this investigation and with your verdict? And with Karen Reed's life? The lead investigator in a murder trial was never called to testify. Think about that. That should stop you in your tracks. Wouldn't you want to hear from Michael Proctor? Wouldn't you want to hear from the lead investigator in the case? Don't you have questions? The Commonwealth did not present their own lead investigator to the jury, the very jury who is charged with judging the investigation. Michael Proctor clearly is radioactive, and the Commonwealth stayed away from him. Michael Proctor is no longer a Massachusetts State Police officer. He wasn't transferred. He didn't go on sabbatical. He didn't retire. He didn't resign. He was fired. He was terminated for cause. The Massachusetts State Police investigated him, found him guilty of dishonorable conduct, not just for those text messages, folks, for sharing confidential information with witnesses and for bias. Not just any bias, bias in this case. Fired. This is the man who touched every single piece of important evidence in this case. All the evidence that was brought before you in this trial went through his hands one way or another. The shirts, the shards. Remember that when Mr. Brennan gets up and gives his closing argument. The shirts, the shards, all in Michael Proctor's possession. Mr. Brennan and the Commonwealth, I think, have pinned their hopes on some microscopic pieces of, or close to microscopic pieces of plastic that were claimed to have been scraped from the hoodie several months after the fact. What he failed to ask every single witness is who had access to that shirt and who had access to those taillight fragments. And the answer is it was Michael Proctor. Not for days, not for weeks, for months on end, for months unaccounted for, before they were submitted to the crime lab, before they were ever scraped. Let's go look at the chain of custody documents. You've got them. Why didn't Michael Proctor give those clothes to Maureen Hartnett with the crime lab when she was at Canton PD just days after the fact to receive those solo cups? Remember that? Just a few days later, she was there. She drove up. She did the driving to take the solo cups in the grocery bag, which has a ridiculous aspect to it in and of itself as well. Why not just give her the shirts as well? Give her the taillight fragments if any were found at that point. Why hold on to them? What could possibly be a reason? Why wait until March to put those into evidence? Now let's talk about some of the other problems with the Commonwealth's evidence. As I indicated, there was no blood, no skin, no tissue, no DNA found on a single piece or shard of the taillight that the Commonwealth claims cut and sliced into John O'Keefe's arm. Where is that trace evidence? Where is that biological evidence? The DNA. Where is it? They got nothing. Not a single piece that the Commonwealth wants you to believe cut up John's arm. How is that possible? It's not possible. The only way it's possible is if those shards never touched his arm. Because it was a dog. Oh, and the one sample of DNA that they did find, by the way, was found on the outer smooth part of the housing. Not any shard. It was the outer smooth part of the housing. Nothing that they claim actually came in contact with John O'Keefe. Number two, that sample had DNA of two other men, two other unidentified males. That tells you that that DNA had nothing to do with a car strike. That DNA would be expected to be, John's DNA would be expected to be all over that car. Inside, outside, he had access to that car for months and months and months. He was in and out of it all the time. Show me some blood, then we'll talk. They can't, and they won't because it doesn't exist. That SUV never hit John. The hair found on the bumper. The Commonwealth really stretched its own credibility on this one. That magic little hair on the SUV supposedly survived a 37-mile drive in 47-mile-an-hour winds. But that little magic hair just clung there, just hung on. That same hair that moved in between photos in the Sally Port. Remember that? There were two photos taken, and it was either the breath of the photographer or just the movement of walking by the hair. It literally moved between the two photographs. But that hair is supposed to have hung on in a 37-mile drive in a blizzard. The only thing that hair proves is that the Commonwealth is embarrassingly grasping at straws. That hair has nothing to do with anything. But it doesn't stop there. There was another revelation at trial, a big one, a huge one, and it came from a very unlikely source. Christina Hanley, the quiet, reserved criminalist who told you something the Commonwealth likely did not want revealed because it's devastating to their case. Absolutely devastating. And it's this. The glass on the bumper didn't match the cocktail glass. None of it. Remember, February 11th, Michael Proctor, without any other person with him, no witness, no supervisor, no other person with him, claims to have found a single piece of glass at the scene. February 11th, single piece of glass, Michael Proctor. Keep that in mind. Interestingly, the glass on the bumper that didn't match the cocktail glass, one piece did match one other thing, the Proctor glass. Those two go together. The only two things that go together from that bumper are the Proctor glass. We know that there's no glass in the taillight. We know that nothing else was shattered on the vehicle. Therefore, that glass had to be placed there. Didn't come from a crash. Didn't come from a cocktail glass. So how did it get sprinkled on the back of the bumper? Whose proverbial fingerprints are on that glass on the bumper? The only thing it matched was Michael Proctor. What about the Ford Edge and that snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? He observed that Ford Edge parked outside Brian Albert's house at 3:30 a.m. That vehicle was moved directly in front of where John's body was found sometime between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning. The only person connected to a car of that make and model, Brian Albert. Michael Proctor did nothing to investigate that point. Did nothing to investigate whose Ford Edge was parked in a spot specifically to block the line of sight in the exact position where John's body would be later found by Karen Reed. No one, not Michael Proctor or anybody else, checked it for evidence. No one even asked any questions about it. That Ford Edge, Brian Albert's Ford Edge, completely ignored. Michael Proctor failed to interview obvious witnesses in this case. Why? Why didn't he want to speak to the snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? Why did he falsely claim that no one plowed the roadway that morning? When police dash cam video, you saw the dash cam, it shows plows going back and forth all morning. Why did he wait so long, years even, to interview Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel, individuals who were literally outside 34 Fairview at the exact same time John and Karen arrived at Brian Albert's house that night? Brian Loughran, had he been investigated or interviewed, would have told Michael Proctor that he drove past the lawn multiple times on January 29th, and there was no body on the lawn. He would have had a perfect view. Remember, the weatherman told you there was only enough snow at that time. I think he said a very charming phrase, only enough snow to track a cat. I think that was it. There was no body there. Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel would have told him that they arrived at 34 Fairview shortly after Karen and John pulled up behind them, and they would have told Michael Proctor.
HIPAA? The group has voted that you go to the doctor. You did not derail chat. I had to take Hugin out to pee-pee. And I was watching the chat the whole time. And I was like, let's see if they gang up on her and bully her into the doctor. And it seems they have. This has happened before. I must warn you, Bun Bun and Jax, I think. Was that who? There's another kid a while back. Didn't want to, or Brian. Who was it? Someone in Brian. Who said, you got to go. You got to go. People have been bullied into the doctor here before. Now, this person could actually be in the chat now. I would have no fucking idea because you all change your goddamn name so much. And see, Jill and Brian, thank you. I almost said Jack and Jill. Jill and Brian, they got bullied into going to the hospital, and it worked out good, I think. She lived. I don't know where she is. She probably hates us for bullying her into going to the doctor. But she went, was it AFib? It was her AFib, right? What happened to Jill and Brian? They died in a volcano. I'm just kidding. I actually don't know. I hope they're okay. But she had AFib. And I said, hey, Jill, how's your AFib? Once. And everyone thought it was funny because it was in the middle of something very serious. And I have poor timing. I don't know where Bun Bun's been. The kids wander off. They come back. I'm not going to file a missing persons report every time. If I did that, I'd look silly. See, Holly came back. They always do. Listen. We bullied people into health, okay? It's been a year, you guys. Kids get lost, okay? We can't count everyone at the zoo and expect them all to come back. No, they did make it to the doctor. It worked out. It was fine. But then I don't know where they went. I hope they're okay. Maybe their computer got sick. I don't know. Listen. I don't want to talk about why our friends leave us. Listen. Go to the doctor, goddammit. You have to go to the doctor, okay? Or else they're going to keep bullying you. Then I will bully you. But if it's something arterial, I imagine that doesn't have much to do with weaponry, does it? It's your insides, your guts, your glory. You got to keep that shit strong to upset the haters. You feel me? Live to spite the haters. If you remember that time I gave you that suicide speech and I said, never kill yourself because then you'll make everyone that you hate who hates you happy. Don't do that. Stick around so you can make them suffer. You feel me? You got to go in there and you got to say, hey, fix my guts. I got the string where the blood goes through. I don't know what body parts are, and I'm still working on learning that Nebraska's real. So bear with me now, but you got stuff in you. Dad doesn't know what it is or how it works. So I can't tell you what to do, because if I do, I'll probably be wrong. I can troubleshoot myself, but when it comes to you kids, I like to use professionals. So go in there and get them checked, get poked at, get prodded at, steal some gloves. That'll be fun. Take the gloves. Yes. Get mad and live. Exactly. That's the shirt. They're the things that make you die fast if they get... Well, don't cut them. Okay, never mind. No poking, no... See what I mean? I'm not fucking qualified. I'm over here saying poke at them. I mean, you're not supposed to do that, clearly. So they take the blood to the things, right? They make you die fast, too, if you don't make sure the stuff's going through them, the sludge, whatever that is. All the arteries I recall seeing pictures of were clogged, and they had like a white, chunky, satisfying, sort of like when a good pimple pop happens and all the cottage cheese comes out. It looks like that. And it always says, these are the lungs of a smoker. And I go, I don't want to look at that. And then I shift it. I swipe right. I say, yes, give me something else. And then I smoke. So I'm not the one to talk to. But a doctor or Darlene would be good. Darlene knows about everything. Okay. But a doctor, I mean, Darlene she can tell you the real doctor stuff, but she can also read you your cards. But like a doctor might, I don't know if they read tarot, but in the ER, I don't know if they have the time. Dead artery, says Seasman. No, don't remind her of that. Or wait, no, I reminded her of that. No, you're right. You're backing me up. Yes, the artery's dead. Not hers, but it doesn't matter. Abscesses are really fun, though. Tombstones. Listen. Go to the doctor. Or you're grounded. There. Done. I said it. Go to the doctor or you're grounded.
At least Heather would have told Michael Proctor that when she left 10 minutes later, she drove past the SUV and observed Karen Reed in the driver's side, dome light on, passenger seat empty. So where was John? Wasn't outside, wasn't sitting down, wasn't laying down. There's only one place he could be. We
with Higgins.
Together, if you talk with me. Who's in the house?
Oh, I was going to say Kirsten Higgins. Whatever. Yeah, same.
Michael Proctor did not want to have those answers. He did not want to have to disclose those answers. He didn't want the truth. The Commonwealth has presented a shred of evidence of when Karen Reed consumed her last drink that night. Think about that. That's critical information that the Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. They have to prove when her last drink was that night. They have to prove it. We don't have to prove or disprove anything.
It worked. Bullying works. Oh my God, Satan was right. We just bullied someone into good health. Ha. Just remember. Oh shit. And then the doctor enters. Dr. Darlene, HIPAA's got things that stuff gets in them and then she hurts. And then her head. She broke her head. Darlene. Darlene, she broke her head because arteries. Can you tell her what to do? Or tell her to go to the hospital. We bullied her into the hospital and then you walked in. So, yeah. My manjaro. What is that? That sounds like is that a toy? What's a manjaro? Is it what is that? I don't even want to know. Is that like a sex toy? Stop. We're bullying someone into health. Mia. Darlene says, what the fuck? Uh-oh. Darlene, no, you're a doctor right now. What happened? Good first question. This is good. We're back on track. We're getting it together. GCA, Darlene. Grand chest auto. And she's got pain. Okay, they'll work it out. They're having a session. Everyone look away while she tells her symptoms. This is like a real doctor's thing. Turn around. The back of her gown is open because that's all we have in this hospital. We like to show each other's asses off. So everyone turn around while Darlene, the doctor, talks to your sister and does a little additional bullying to get her secured in the ER.
Every single witness who was asked and who had an opportunity to observe Karen that night said the same thing. She wasn't drunk. She wasn't stumbling. She wasn't slurring her words. She was, in the words of Ms. Kolakithis, completely normal. Even Jennifer McCabe grudgingly had to admit that fact. It's on video. Instead, they used Yuri Buchanan to try to come into court and count sips of alcohol, which he admittedly got wrong. According to Ian Whiffen, the Commonwealth's own expert, the location data, using location data on John's phone, showed Karen driving lawfully. She was driving safely. She was under the speed limit. She was slowing and stopping at stop signs, slowing around corners. And Ryan Nagel corroborated that when he saw her make that left-hand turn onto Fairview. The Commonwealth has an incredibly high burden to prove that Karen was driving under the influence. They have failed to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty because it depends on when she had her last drink. What happened after she got home and she was upset with John for not coming back out of the house? That would answer that question. As you well know, no one searched that house for signs of a struggle. Not that night, not the next day. I'm talking about 34 Fairview. Not ever, not once. Not with a warrant, not with consent. They never went to the basement, the stairwells. They didn't look at the walls. They didn't look in the garage. Nothing was ever examined. Nothing was checked for blood. Nothing was checked for DNA. They didn't look for alleged or ridged surface. Zero. You'll remember how surprised Jennifer McCabe was to recall that there was a garage door even on the house, except this was her sister's house. She's been going to that house since she was 5. She's seen that house. She's been in and out of that house hundreds of times, maybe thousands of times. She's been going to that house her entire life, and yet she acted surprised when I asked her about it. Remember Jennifer McCabe's answer when I asked her whether there was a door at the garage. I was asking her about the front door, the side door, and the garage door. And her answer was, oh, actually, there is a garage door right there. Investigators never opened that door. Let's change the scenario. What if it wasn't the house of a Boston cop? What if it wasn't the house of Brian Albert? We can be certain that investigators would have torn that house apart to get answers about why a fellow police officer was laying dead on the homeowner's lawn. You can betcha. But because this was Brian Albert's house, a Boston cop, nope. And because he was a fellow cop, an insider, they didn't even open the door. That is not justice, folks. That's just pure favoritism. Each of these facts is more than a question mark. They're failures of duty. They're blank spots on a map where justice is supposed to live. And every single one is a reason why you cannot convict Karen Read. Reasonable doubt abounds. If the Commonwealth failed to investigate every reasonable alternative, how dare they come in here and ask you for a verdict? They didn't investigate the case fully, and yet they're asking you to take the easy road and do their job for them. These facts do not represent reasonable doubt. Nothing does. Every one of these facts that you're seeing that we're talking about represents reasonable doubt. Everyone. The police and the prosecution are in a position to take people's liberty. It's the most dire and consequential act a civilized government can take against one of its citizens. Their obligation is not just to try to get it right. They have to convince you to the highest degree of certainty known in human affairs. They have to do it all, every bit of it, beyond any and all reasonable doubt. And they have not done that here. And how about the homeowner himself? The host, the first responder, the Boston cop, Brian Albert, who was sparring and practice fighting with Brian Higgins just minutes before John O'Keefe appeared at his house, 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, who was watching Chloe that night, the German Shepherd. Brian Albert, whose phone and his wife's phone were never secured. Brian Albert, who never came out of the house. But that doesn't mean he wasn't awake. It doesn't mean that he wasn't on his phone. Think about this. Jennifer McCabe claimed that her sister and Brian Albert both slept through this complete chaos right outside their bedroom window. Well, Jennifer McCabe's phone records tell a different story, and they tell the truth. She spoke with him for the better part of a minute, 38 seconds to be detailed about it, at 5:07 a.m. And then she lied about that call. Remember that? What was the reason for that call at 5:07? Was it panic? Was it a warning? We know that conversation took place at the precise time Karen left her house to go search for John, 5:07. We could answer those questions if we just had access to their phones. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Michael Proctor wasn't interested in their phones. Not only did he not secure their phones, he never even asked. And what about Brian Albert's dog, Chloe? A dog with a history a dog that is, quote, not good with strangers. Dr. Russell confirmed that John's pattern injuries were from a dog, just like the dog Brian Albert owned. And then Chloe just disappeared. Not there the next morning. None of the officers that you heard from said that there was a dog in the house. They didn't see her. She was just gone. And then ultimately gotten rid of altogether. Who gets rid of their family pet? Unless they have something to hide. Michael Proctor wasn't interested in that either. And recall the group chat with the Alberts and the McCabe's. They were getting their story straight. Matt McCabe, whom the Commonwealth did not call in this trial, instructed the group in that group chat, you'll recall, tell him to say the guy never came in the house. Think about that exact quote. Tell him to say the guy never came in the house. And Brian Albert, the patriarch of the family, exactly, exclamation point. He blessed it. With the truth, as we all know, you don't need to get your story straight. You don't need to tell someone what to say. It's just the truth. And what about the Google search? A Google search that Jennifer McCabe admitted having made. A Google search that was timestamped by Celebrite at 2:27 a.m. A Google search that read, Haas Long to die in cold. It is uncontested and undisputed that that search was deleted. If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why does Jennifer McCabe have to lie about it? Why delete it? If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why create a false story about Karen screaming ghoul hypothermia? That's just a fabrication. That's just a made-up fact. And by the way, if someone does tell you Google hypothermia, why would you Google how long it takes to die in cold? Wouldn't you just Google hypothermia? Jennifer McCabe enlisted Carrie Roberts to help shift the blame to Karen. Why go to that much effort unless you're trying to cover for something? Keep in mind the entire foundation of her claim that Karen said Google hypothermia is this fantasy about Karen screaming it at the location, at the scene. That's her entire excuse. But that story went completely off the rails when Carrie Roberts admitted that she perjured herself to back up Jennifer McCabe's false story. That was a dramatic moment in court. It's an admission of perjury, and you don't see that very often in a courtroom. It tells you everything you need to know about the character and quality of the prosecution's case and their witnesses, lying and perjury and admitting to it. A fundamental tenet of any investigation is to ensure that witnesses are independent and not influenced by other witnesses. You start by separating the witnesses. Michael Proctor did none of that in this case, and we see the results. Think back to Jennifer McCabe's own text messages with Carrie Roberts. About Carrie Roberts, not with Carrie Roberts, notably. What Carrie Roberts didn't know was at the time she was being interviewed by the police, Jennifer McCabe was in real time. She was bragging about having influenced Carrie's testimony or her statements to the Alberts and the McCabes. Quote, she's telling them everything. All this stuff. Remember that timeline that we talked about with Jennifer McCabe? That's what she was referring to. She's telling them everything that Jennifer McCabe had put in Carrie Roberts' timeline. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that Karen Reed made a statement at the location, at the scene. I hit him. I'm sure you'll hear that from the prosecution in their final arguments. But their own witnesses contradict that. Jennifer McCabe admitted on cross-examination that her very first statement to law enforcement, confirmed that Karen didn't say anything. She asked, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? The physics and the science answer that question. Could you have hit him? No, you couldn't have. Sergeant Buchanan also testified that the only statements Karen Reed made at the scene, according to his conversations with the first responders, was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? It wasn't a confession. It was confusion. And Dr. Russell explained that confusion. She told you why Karen Reed or anybody in that position might ask those questions. She was suffering from extreme grief reaction, which according to the evidence can last for years. Even her medical records confirm that diagnosis. It's common to ask those questions in grief. It's common to ask those types of questions in shock. You're trying to make sense out of the nonsensical in the moment. And the Commonwealth has tried to twist those words into a confession. There is no evidence that any officer at the scene ever heard Karen Reed say, I hit him. Not a single police officer at the scene came in to support the Commonwealth's claim. It's not on video, it's not on audio, it's not in a single police report, it's not in a single EMT or EMS report. Nowhere. The fact is, Karen never said, I hit him. You saw the video, multiple officers were right there. She simply never said it. What did Jennifer McCabe do and not do when she got to 34 Fairview? She would have you believe, I want to set the scene for you. that she's confronted out of the blue with John O'Keefe's lifeless body. Her friend, John O'Keefe. He's bruised and battered. He's bleeding. His eyelid is cut. His nose is bleeding. Karen is screaming at the top of her lungs. Carrie is screaming back to Karen, shut up. Both women begin crying. Both women are giving CPR. There's chaos everywhere. It's building in the yard, just feet from Brian Albert's house, Brian Albert's window. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:07 with all this chaos going on. No answer. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:08 with all this chaos and bedlam going on. Still no answer. No lights come on in the house. In the midst of all this screaming and this chaos, Brian Albert doesn't come outside. Nicole Albert doesn't come outside during this maelstrom. And yet, Jennifer McCabe never goes inside to check on her sister. There's literally no signs of life inside the house. And Jennifer McCabe doesn't take a step inside that house to check on her family. Why is that? Does that make any sense? Everyone would sprint inside the house to make sure that there's no one in there that was hurt or injured or, God forbid, dead. Everyone would do that. But not Jennifer McCabe. The only way that makes sense is if Jennifer McCabe already knew that Brian and Nicole were just fine. That's the only reasonable explanation. And the only way she would know that they were fine is if she knew what happened. But Michael Proctor never explored this incredibly suspicious behavior. Don't you have questions? This would give anyone reasonable doubt. And don't you have questions also about Brian Higgins? Michael Proctor certainly didn't. Higgins had been sending flirtatious and romantic texts to John's girlfriend, Karen Reed. You'll remember I asked Sergeant Buchanan a simple question. Were those texts flirtatious in nature? He refused to answer that simple question. Do you remember that? Quote, I'm not comfortable putting a label on that, end quote. We read the texts. It's not a secret. Of course they were flirtatious. Of course they were romantic in nature. The reason he refused to answer that simple question is telling. It's because these flirtatious texts established a motive for Brian Higgins. Sergeant Buchanan could not bring himself to tell the truth. His bias was on full display. He was covering for another cop. Investigators also ignored Higgins' suspicious late-night visit to the Canton Police Department. That was after a night of drinking, by the way. Why didn't they investigate this? What was so important that Higgins needed to go to the police station at that time, 1:30 in the morning, while drunk, by the way? Why weren't they interested in those facts? Remember, he's an ATF agent. He's a cop, a member of the Blue Wall, and best friends with Brian Albert. He would know that the CPD would be the first to get the call when someone reported John missing or injured. He would know what to look for, what to listen for, to determine if a report had been made and when, and what the response was going to be. You saw the skulking through the hallways with his hood up, moving bags between cars, and of course, that late night mysterious phone call on his cell phone, a phone that you don't have and that you'll never see. All of that, and Michael Proctor never gave him a second look. All of that, and the Commonwealth, who's supposed to be after the truth, didn't call him to the stand. If you have any unanswered questions about Brian Higgins, that's reasonable doubt. The police didn't interview Brian Higgins on January 29th, 2022, but he was at the police station, as we've just seen. You heard evidence that Higgins and Chief of Police Kenny Berkowitz, also good friends, were in the Sallyport together with the SUV for a, quote, wildly long time. Kelly Dever, another Boston cop, told you that. She also told law enforcement agents that she found it, quote, weird that Higgins could have access to that very sensitive evidence, the SUV. Folks, there is never a situation in which a witness, a potential suspect even, should be given access to the evidence in a case. But that's exactly what happened here. Higgins was given unfettered access to that SUV and its taillight nearly immediately, according to Kelly Dever's statement to law enforcement. And it was at that exact time, the exact moment that Higgins would be in that Sallyport, that the 42 minutes of the Sallyport video is just missing. It's just gone, vanished. Well, that's convenient. Now put in context the condition of that taillight when it was actually seized in Dighton. It was cracked, but not completely damaged. I ask you to compare and contrast Officer Kelly Dever, her attitude, her demeanor. That's all for you to judge. Her attitude, her demeanor, her truthfulness, her motives from the witness stand. Compare and contrast that to Sergeant Nick Barrows. Who's more believable? Officer Barrows is unattached to any of the players in this grand play directed by Michael Proctor. He's truly independent. And what did he tell you? Was the taillight, he was asked, was the taillight in this condition when Michael Proctor picked up that SUV at 412? His answer? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It was cracked, but not completely damaged, not smashed out like that. So how did the taillight get cracked? How did it end up in the condition where it was cracked, as Officer Barrow saw it, but not completely damaged? Well, you don't have to guess. There's a video. Just watch. That's how it got cracked. And Judson Welcher's own recreation confirms it. Look at the contact. That's from the Commonwealth's expert. And that further is confirmed by the fact that there were no taillight pieces found in any of the initial searches conducted at the scene. 2 searches, 50-foot area searched. Not a single fragment was found until after Michael Proctor had access to and control of that SUV and its taillight. What does that say about the character and quality of this case? It's revealing what happened here at trial. One of the most dramatic moments probably of the trial, Kelly Dever. How can you trust this investigation when you saw how far a police officer will go? You had a front row seat to the power of police manipulation and police corruption, a front row seat. Kelly Dever was interviewed by a separate law enforcement agency, not a friendly department, not Boston Police Department, not Michael Proctor's MSP, a different independent agency. She told those law enforcement agents in a formal interview that she saw Brian Higgins and Chief Kenneth Berkowitz alone in the Sallyport with the SUV. She was detailed, she was clear, she was unequivocal, she remembered the specifics, she recalled how it made her feel, quote, weird. She recalled that how long Higgins spent, a quote, wildly long time, as she described. These are all incredible details to tell law enforcement. She couldn't have been clearer, she couldn't have been more specific. But then she's put on a witness list and she's subpoenaed by the defense. Oh boy. Then this rookie cop was called up to the police commissioner's office, the same commissioner that was the boss of Brian Albert. They have a meeting, a private meeting, and he says, wink, wink, nod, nod, we support you, Officer Dever. What else was said in that meeting? What else is reasonable to believe was said in that meeting? She claimed she couldn't remember. She claimed not to remember if he instructed her to do the right thing. But the commissioner of the Boston Police Department certainly said something to this rookie cop, and all of a sudden, that detailed, unambiguous, unequivocal statement to law enforcement became, what did she say? A false memory. Not I didn't say it. She admitted she said it. She admitted she detailed the entire story. She just said, it's a false memory. What? So she's called to the commissioner's office to make sure that she would do the right thing. That's why she was called. And now we know what that means. In her words, my entire career depends on what I say here on the stand. I'll quote that again. Quote, my entire career depends on what I say here on the stand. You bet it does. That's how it works. And that's how we got here. At the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, can you trust the Commonwealth's case? Can you trust their witnesses? Can you trust their evidence? And here are a few of the highlights. A video that was played in a courtroom and sold as accurate. Turns out it was completely inverted, flipped backward, completely false. The test that formed the basis of their entire theory of the case. Watch closely as Dr. Welcher stands as a surrogate. Is that a righteous test? Or is that a manipulation? Dr. Welcher tried to deceive and fool you by leaning into the car, manipulating the results of his own test. When the truth was revealed by Dr. Rentschler, the Commonwealth spent the next hour cross-examining him about how that test was meaningless. It actually didn't mean anything. Well, that's convenient now that we realize that it was a manipulated test, and it actually does mean nothing. It didn't represent the theory of the Commonwealth's case. That's what was suggested. If that test does not represent the theory of the Commonwealth's case, really? Then why was Dr. Welcher playing dress-up in John O'Keefe's clothes, or identical clothes to John O'Keefe, when he was holding a glass? Why was he holding the glass right behind the vehicle? And why was he standing with his right arm oriented to the right rear taillight? If he wasn't trying to recreate the circumstance that is the Commonwealth's entire theory.
Oh.
The Commonwealth stood up here with a straight face and told you they weren't trying to suggest that that's how John was hit by the car. Of course they were trying to suggest that's their theory of the case. They only abandoned it 2 days ago when it was revealed by our experts that it's physically impossible.
I'm sorry, what the fuck is this guy in the top right corner looking at? Oh shit. Hold on. Let me go to my media assets. All right. And by the way, for those of you who might be feeling a little, I don't know, maybe tired. Maybe you need to be reminded of it's for your own good. Okay? Okay. All right. I need you kids to fucking wake up. All right? Wake the fuck up. Abre los ojos, pendejos. A woman's life is on the line. You tiny-eyed little shits. I know you're high. I know you're high. I can tell when you're high. You know how I know?
High. You're both high.
Okay? So enough. Enough. Yes, this is fucking live, turd. Of course we're live. It's the only way I do it. Darlene's not high, but the rest of you. What was I doing? Why did I do all that? Why did I yell at you? Oh, yeah. It's hard to see him. Even Fraser's covering him. See if you can see in the top right corner. Okay? Let's get the Nagel out of here. Let's get her out of here. Oh, God. Beverly. Really? Really, Bev? How mature? Oh, Jen, you're nasty. You're just nasty. Ugh. They always want to pop in. They take over. I can't do anything about it.
This.
What's that guy looking at?
Physics.
Top right.
Has
What's he
become very
looking at?
pesky to the Commonwealth because
I made him
there
Fraser.
was no collision. Dr. Welcher also told you under oath that there were no x-rays taken of John's arm. He tried to deceive you into believing that John's arm might have been broken. I don't know. I didn't see any x-rays. So I can't tell you what the damage was inside the arm. Really? The Commonwealth has had those x-rays in their possession for 3 years. And again, it took the defense to bring out the truth. The x-rays do not fit the Commonwealth's theory, so you weren't shown. And Dr. Welcher wasn't going to admit it. And my goodness, then we get to the sweatshirt. That was a moment. Mr. Brennan stood here in front of you and dramatically held up John's sweatshirt. Not just to the witness, but to you. And asked Dr. Wolf about it multiple times. Specifically, while he was in that plexiglass, asked Dr. Wolf about the multiple holes in the back of the sweatshirt. He interrupted Dr. Wolf, and Dr. Wolf started to look at the sweatshirt and say, and he said, how about here? Here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole. Dramatically tapping on that plexiglass. It was clear what the suggestion was, that the holes in the back of John's sweatshirt were from January 29th.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for what I'm about to do, but I got to do this, right? This is AJ and Andrea and Satan tonight at their Angels Demon Gay Bar party. This is them.
And he said, how about here? Here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole. Dramatically tapping on that plexiglass.
I'm so sorry.
It was clear what the suggestion was, that the holes in the back of John's sweatshirt were from January 29th. That's the impression that was expected to be left with you. That's the impression that he wanted to leave with you. And that's false. The truth is, the Commonwealth created those holes. They aren't holes from road rash. They weren't made on January 29th. Those are cuttings from the Commonwealth.
I'm telling you,
folks.
He is Tobias. He's Tobias Fumke. He needs to listen to himself back. The whole, here's a hole, here's a hole, come on, dude. How do we not Stefan you? It's the hottest bar in New York. Here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole.
That's what those holes are. And even with 3 prosecutors, all 3 of them, sitting right there in the room.
Darlene, I think Hippo went to the ER because she said she was going and then you popped in. So she probably didn't see our messages and she's probably in the ER right now. We'll find out. Give her time. Give her time. If she really is freaking out, she's probably at the ER. You know what I mean? So she's probably driving and can't look at chat. It'll be all right.
It had to be the defense to correct that record, to bring out the truth. If we hadn't done that, what impression would you folks have been left with? That's more than negligence. That's dangerous. It's dangerous. I'm going to guess that Mr. Brennan's not going to say much about this, about the fraud that was attempted on you. And if he doesn't, that speaks louder than any concocted excuse.
That is brilliant, and he put it at the end, so it's the last thing that listen, let me tell you this technique. This is some debate shit. This is some badass debate shit, too. This is like the Harvard debate shit. This is when at the very end of your case, you toss in an extra contention. You're just like, oh, and by the way, if he doesn't do this and explain this, this, and this, then that bitch is lying. You shouldn't believe him. You need to demand that he address these issues. Why is that important? Because he has just pulled his dick out and he has challenged Hank Brennan to a piss off. An old-fashioned South Texas piss off. We're going to pee off this balcony and whoever fucking sprays the farthest wins. He has now successfully, in my opinion, without even seeing what Brennan has to say, I guarantee you, he's probably trimmed off about 5 to 10 minutes of Brennan's prepared testimony and forced Brennan to take that time and address this now. So now whatever ill-prepared horse shit excuse, whatever school shooter listicle that Brennan has put together, he now has to step back from thinking about that, which he's probably been preparing his entire fucking life. Okay, let's be real. Since Whitey's trial, he's probably reusing it. He's probably reused a Michelle Obama speech for all we fucking know. This guy's lazy as shit. Okay. So he's already struggling. It's beyond a learning disability because no shame in that, but there should be shame with whatever it is this man has an affliction of the mind. Could it be a paraphilia? I don't know. But there's something fucked with Brennan where if you challenge his ego the slightest, okay, his mind goes there. And he already can't absorb not just nutrients, look at his pale ass, but also like he can't absorb the testimony that he should give. If he were a preacher, it would be his speech, you know, his opus, that what he needs to garner to really drive this son of a bitch home, okay, is some sort of intense, wonderful, brilliant, well put together speech. And he is already stressing. He's already likely forgotten half of it. He knows what he has to say. And now brand new in the middle of the fucking, it's the middle of the day and you're fucking coming up next. And guess what? I just told these motherfuckers that if you don't talk about this shit, you're fucking lying and you're a liar and you have something to fucking hide. So enjoy that. So now in his head, what he's doing is he's like, what is he saying? So now he's no longer thinking about what he has to say or address. He is now he was already trying to pay attention, but in his head, he's going through it. But now he's fully honed in on AJ. Now he has to refocus and listen to what the fuck AJ's saying very closely, no matter what he planned. He has now been challenged to some big dickedness and a piss contest. And he can't allow that. He's Whitey's guy. Someone just pulled up. He didn't even warn him. He didn't even say he was going to pull up twice. He just pulled up the first time. And now Hank is like, oh, snap. This is the Breakfast Club. This is the Breakfast Club. I am Charlemagne. Oh my God, is that Birdman? AJ just went, could have pulled up once and I fucking did. That's what just happened. Okay. So now Hank is like refocused on whatever the fuck AJ's saying. Now he's got to think of his rebuttal like that. And he did it at the end where he's got the last 5 minutes. So the last 5 minutes is not just a big dickedness challenge, which is ballsy and cool. Let's be honest, it's cool. It's like when you roll up to high school day one and you're nervous as shit. Do I have my pencil? Are they going to bully me? Oh, I shouldn't have worn this shirt. And then you look up and there's just a dude in a typo negative shirt and he's just smoking. And you're like, why do you look so fucking cool? It's that moment. AJ just fucking did that shit. So now everyone's like, I want a cigarette. And like, holy shit. Like everyone's hard right now. Everyone in that courtroom. Because he just said, what? You just challenged Hank? And now Hank has to think about it. So now instead of thinking about his ill-prepared speech, he now has to add on new shit and think about it like that. And he can't go, well, that's unfair because it's closing arguments. No one does that. And that would be insane. That would literally be like if he pissed his pants and cried in front of the whole auditorium giving a speech at his high school. So he can't do that. So what does he do? He has to roll with it. A man has just challenged you, sir. A man has just challenged you, sir. So now Hank is thinking about that, and he doesn't have enough time to think because he's listening. So he's listening. He's making a list of what those challenges are in his brain. And the second AJ's done, Hank's got to now either waste his lunch. I don't know if it, or it's like, what, dude? Or did he go right after? I don't actually know. He doesn't have a lot of time. Usually it takes Hank about 3 days to read one motion or do one thing. So this is going to be traumatic for him. And if he doesn't respond, he's going to look like a fucking pissant. This is fucking brilliant. And I bet you after AJ challenges him, he's going to say some bad bitch shit that's going to make the jury go, oh? So not only is the jury going to remember these challenges, it's fresh in the brain. Okay. AJ is going to have to respond to them and it's fresh in the brain. It takes away, or Hank, it takes away from Hank's ability to not be flustered. You know he's going to get a little bitchy. You know he's going to come out hot. He's going to come out hot and bitchy because it's a good fucking speech. He's going to be jealous. He's going to feel offended. I guarantee you Hank's going to go, how dare they? How dare they say that? How dare they insinuate that we are uncouth? Like he's going to say some fucking 1940s fuck shit and look like an old loser. And that rules. HIPAA's alive? HIPAA. Alan Jackson initiated a Mexican standoff. How are you doing? You're in the hospital. You're in the bed. We bullied her. We bullied her into health. And it's a slow day, so you got in quick. Yes, dude. Yes. It's so nice. It's like when you pull up to McDonald's and there's no one in the line. That's great. You did it. You're going to live. Tombstones? Quit digging that one. We did it. All right, let's go.
Commonwealth might come up with.
Also, no, I have not watched the whole thing yet. I have not. I'll even go back just a little bit. Here we go.
It was attempted on you. And if he doesn't, that speaks louder than any concocted excuse that the Commonwealth might come up with. It's shameful. It's shameful. We are after the truth in this courtroom. You're entitled to it. Demand it. Why would the Commonwealth stoop to a stunt like that? It's desperation. They know what you now know, what their experts know. There was no collision. So now we've reached the final moments. Talked about dozens and dozens and dozens of facts that are reasonable doubt. Each one of them are reasonable doubts. These facts, these note cards that you're looking at, piled high, one on top of another, literally stacks and stacks of them covering the table. As you mentally sift through those cards, realize that in this case, every single one of the note cards represents a hole in the Commonwealth's case. If you're holding
notes because of weather, notes because of weather, I'm going to expand AJ and let him fucking cook. I'm going to let him bring it home. I'm not going to say shit, but he is saying holes a lot. That's very funny. All right, here we go.
One of those cards, you're holding reasonable doubt, folks. You're holding a not guilty verdict. Reasonable doubt is not a sliding scale. It's a wall. If the Commonwealth cannot get over every one of these dozens of walls, you have to acquit Kate. The truth is, Karen Reed is not guilty. Not because of technicalities, but because the facts, the law, the science, the physics, the data, they all say so. They demand it. The Commonwealth doesn't have about how John was hit by the car. They haven't even shown you that it's possible that he was hit by a car. And the reason they haven't is because it's not possible that he was hit by a car. There was no collision. Your job is not to do their job. Their burden entirely. It's theirs. They have to prove this case and their theory beyond all reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And not only do they not have a theory, they can't prove one that doesn't exist. All you need to know is that the Commonwealth failed. They failed to provide you with a truthful representation. They failed to prove the essence of their case, that John was even hit by a car to begin with. They failed to prove any intent on the part of Karen Reed because she has none. They failed to investigate the actual suspects in this case. They failed to present the lead investigator to you. They failed to justify the perjured testimony that you heard discussed in this case. They failed to hold accountable an officer who came in here and lied to you and claimed false memories so she could do the right thing to cover for a fellow cop or cops. They failed to maintain a fair, unbiased, and honest investigation. They failed to present you with the truth. And this is what you get. An investigation that's errors, omissions, and a rush of judgment and conflicted and corrupt from the start. Every part of it. That is the literal definition of reasonable doubt. How can they ask you to be morally certain based on this evidence? It's a tragedy. When the government fails so completely, so catastrophically, when there are dozens and dozens of points of reasonable doubt on the table, your duty, your oath is clear. Your sworn obligation under the law is to acquit Karen Reed, not just because you can, because you must. Justice demands it. Do not let the Commonwealth get away with this. Don't let them get away with this. Do not endorse and sanction an investigation that is broken and corrupted top to bottom. But just as importantly, do not let Michael Proctor get away with it. And make no mistake about it, folks. If you convict Karen Reed of anything, science, the physics, data, they lose. But tragically, Michael Proctor wins. Remember his texts. Something stinks. Yeah, but serious charges will be brought on the girl. She's fucked. Could you ever say to yourself, this is justice? The fact is there was no collision. A car did not kill John O'Keefe. So I ask you, let your voice be heard, not in whispers, but in truth. Let the community feel, through your verdict, that justice cannot be bent and that it will not be buried. Find Karen Reed. Not guilty, not guilty, not guilty.
Yo, that was pretty dope. I like what he did at the end. He said, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. He indicated you're going to have to do this a lot. He clarified the jury form in one sentence. That's pretty fucking dope. That's my problem, is I have a very hard time whittling down things and being very straight to the fucking point, right? But he did it the fastest I've ever seen. Oh, the jury form is fucked up and you don't understand? Okay, you have to vote not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty over and over again. You get me? Okay, peace, bitch. That was great. That was nice. I think I like that better than trial one. What's your favorite trial? I'm so sorry. What Karen Reed trial do you like the most? If they Sean Ellis her and waste your tax dollars and you live in Massachusetts, don't pay your taxes. Refuse. Fucking bug. Anyway. You're the best. That was great. I have to go get tacos in the middle of the night because it's my lunch and I'm hungry. I'm hungry. You like 2 better? 2 is your favorite? Me too. It felt faster. It felt way quicker than they anticipated. When she kept saying, we're ahead of schedule, I thought she meant like a day. Is that a white hair? What, dude? No, dude. Nah. All right. I gotta go. Oh, shit. Oh, there it is. It's right there, dude. Shh. Don't let it know we know. Just ignore. Oh, I'm so scared. There's white hair on me. Oh my God.